Well, hello, good morning, everybody. Welcome. We're glad that you're joining us today. Those joining us online, those joining us up on Facebook and YouTube, and those that are here in person, thank you. We are delighted that you're here today. It is Budget Adoption Day. It's a busy day. We got a lot going on. When you walked in, you could have picked up a meeting agenda packet. We encourage you to do so. That way you can follow along with what we're working on here and the order in which we're moving. If you're curious about some of the supporting documents that the Commission and staff has access to, you can always access all of that at sedgwickcounty.org. It's a big packet, a lot of supporting documents, a lot of supporting information. Let me make a couple notes before we start the meeting so you can understand the process that we're working on today and working through. The procedure is going to be a little unique. There's actually going to be two public hearings today. The first public hearing, if you look at item F on the agenda, that's a public hearing on the revenue neutral rate. By state statute, we're required to have this public hearing. You'll be welcome to speak during that time. If you'd like to talk about the revenue neutral rate, then the Commission will take an action based on that revenue neutral rate. And then there will be a second open hearing on item G. That's on the 2026 budget. And again, there will be another opportunity for an open hearing if you would like to address the Commission and provide feedback on the 2026 budget. Then we'll close that open hearing, that public hearing, and move the discussion back to the bench to try to adopt the budget. So there will be two opportunities to have a public open hearing, one on the revenue neutral rate, the other on the budget. You also have in our regular agenda the public comment. The public comment, if you've signed up for public comment, you are welcome to speak during the public comment time. If you would like to direct your comments about either the revenue neutral rate hearing or the adopted budget or the budget that we're trying to adopt, you're welcome to wait until that line item on the budget or on the agenda, and then you can speak at that point in time. So if you're tight on time, if you cannot wait until that point on the agenda, you're welcome to speak during the public comment time as well. So, but either way, we're going to give you plenty of opportunities today to share feedback and provide some insight. So just a couple notes before we get started today, and I'll walk you through the process as we go. Before we get to the revenue neutral rate hearing and the budget adoption, we do have some business that we have to take care of from the Commission. We'll try to make it quick, and we'll move us forward. So it's a big day today. Why don't we get to work? I'll officially call the meeting to order for Wednesday, August the 20th, 2025. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Invocation to be led by Pastor Travis Roberts, the District Church. Please remain standing for the flag salute.
It looks like Pastor Roberts is not here, so we will honor it with a moment of silence.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Roll call. Commissioner Blubaugh.
Present.
Commissioner Wise.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Chairman Beatty.
Present. Next item, please.
County announcements.
Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Gibbs of Strategic Communications. We'll start today with County Good News. Want to do a quick shout out to Cassandra Sandusky. She's the principal accountant here for Sedgwick County, and she's earned her Certified Public Finance Officer certificate. This is a GFOA program that is designed to prepare individuals for leadership in local governments by enhancing fundamental skills and increasing knowledge of best practices and standards in public finance. Cassandra is now in one of about 500 active CPFOs in the United States, and she's here.
Yay.
Good morning. I just want to say thank you to the communications team and the Commission for the recognition this morning. It truly means a lot. I'd also like to thank my finance leadership team and colleagues, friends, and family, the GFOA, and of course my husband for the support along the way. It was a lot of hard work, and I can't wait to put it to good use. Thank you.
Cassandra, congratulations. We appreciate all the work you do in finance and with the team. So congratulations on the certificate. It's a big deal.
Thank you.
Very good.
All right, next up, in partnership with Wichita Public Schools, the Sedgwick County Health Department will host a childhood immunization clinic on Saturday, August 23rd at the Alvin E. Morris Administration Center, which is located at 903 South Edgemore. The clinic provides school-required vaccines at no out-of-pocket cost. Appointments are required and can be scheduled online at schd.online/USD259. Each child must have their own appointment, and a parent or guardian must be present. With the new school year underway, safety is more important than ever, especially for students biking to and from school. In this video, Fire District 1 offers practical tips to help keep young cyclists safe and shows how small actions can greatly reduce risks for safe rides every day.
Biking is fun and great exercise. If your child is riding to and from school, do your homework on safety. Make sure kids always wear a helmet. It reduces the risk of a head injury by up to 86%. Put lights and reflectors on the front, back, and side of your child's bike so it's easy to see in traffic. Teach kids the rules of the road, including hand signals to stop and turn, riding in the same direction as traffic, and crossing at intersections, not in the middle of the road. Use controlled crosswalks whenever possible. Once kids are ready to ride, choose the safest route between home and school and practice it with them. Explain to children why it's dangerous to talk to strangers along the way, and encourage them to report anything unusual to you or a teacher. It's also a good idea for kids to ride with a friend. There's safety in numbers. For more tips to keep your family healthy and active, visit the Sedgwick County Fire District 1 website.
And that is all we have for today. I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, very good. Appreciate all the announcements. Commissioners, any questions or comment? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Nicole. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Public agenda.
Okay, we had a number of people that have signed up for public agenda. Just to remind you, as I just did a few moments ago, there are going to be multiple opportunities to share in public comment today. We will have a public hearing under the revenue neutral rate. That is item F on the agenda. That will be coming shortly. Then you'll have, if you want to address the 2026 budget, that's item G. Again, there will be a public hearing for that as well, so you'll have opportunities to share during those times. If you want to go ahead and speak now on public comment and not wait for those items, we will absolutely welcome you to do so. We can give you 5 minutes, and if you'd like to do so, you're welcome to come up to the podium now. Good morning. Faith, I think you know the drill, so name and address for the record, and our county clerk will give you 5 minutes.
Faith Martin. Right now I'll be speaking on behalf of the Racial Profiling Board. I'm the vice chair of the Racial Profiling Board. Yesterday I went to the city council meeting to talk about the Racial Profiling Board at the workshop that we're putting on. For those of you that don't know, the Racial Profiling Board's mission is to eliminate racial profiling in Wichita and Sedgwick County, and our efforts are focused on improving the relationship between law enforcement and the community through three actions that we take. One is working with law enforcement to change policies and eliminate racial biases through training and education for our community's police officers and deputies. Two is encouraging our electeds to advocate for and pass stronger legislation that creates both greater accountability for law enforcement as well as prevents any drivers from using, or any officers from using their bias to profile drivers or pedestrians. And lastly, why I'm here today is striving to increase knowledge and awareness in our citizens regarding their constitutional rights and responsibilities to develop better communication and trust. We have a workshop on August 30th. It is at the WSU Metroplex from 10 to 1. Sedgwick County Sheriff's Department will be there. Sedgwick County Elections will be there. ACLU of Kansas and the City of Wichita WARP office. So why should people come to this workshop? If your driver's license has been suspended or revoked for failure to pay, or if you are a felon felon seeking to restore your voting rights, if you're looking to get question answered about elections or get registered to vote, or if you or a loved one have been recently released from Sedgwick County Jail. So basically, checking on the status of your driver's license, and the next steps will be done by the WARP office. ACLU will be talking about restoring felon voting rights and let people know what the steps are to ensure that you know your rights and how to reclaim your voice. And then Sedgwick County Jail will be talking about the SCORE program, which is a great program, which is all the essential services you need to return to the community upon release from jail. So I would invite all of you to attend. It's a drop-in workshop, so it's set up where anyone could take advantage of one or all services. And I did invite the mayor and city council yesterday, and I extend that invite to you all as well. We'll have Colonel Jared Schechter and Captain Paula Smith from the jail, and your deputy election chief and some staff will be there. So really proud to partner with the city and the county on this workshop. We've served in the past 300 or so at a workshop. So Commissioner Howell has been providing testimony regarding the driver's license bills that we've gotten passed, and the Racial Profiling Board drafted the original Kansas racial profiling statutes in 2004, so we've been involved in the community for a really long time. So again, I stand for questions, but I really would just invite all of you to come, and I'll follow up with an email today with the Facebook event and the flyer.
Okay, Faith, thank you for that update. We appreciate it. Any questions or comments for Faith?
And then I don't think I get to speak on it later, but I would just discourage you from changing the Sedgwick County Park up north. It's next to a conservation area, and I have a spouse that uses that park. A lot of people go out and they don't want finished facilities. I think having that land, or being so close to a conservation area, I think developing that land is dangerous. And I also do not advocate for selling public land to private entities when we have so few public spaces left to us. And so I would encourage you to be good stewards of our public land and not sell it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. Appreciate it. Questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. For public comment, if anybody else would like to address before we get into the, okay, yes. Connie's up there, yeah.
Hi. Thank you for letting me address from here. I'm not good with stairs. My name is Connie Bonfi, and I'm Executive Director of the Arts Council. I'm originally a rural girl, and I moved to Wichita about 20 years ago because I loved what was happening here. And I want to tell you a little anecdote about my life. When I started in Arts Council work, it was nearly 50 years ago. I know you're shocked to hear that. But I was given the benefit of public dollars to start that Arts Council and keep it going and grow it. And we did. That amount was $12,000, and it was in 1976. I want to be clear about that. That amount would now be worth $68,000, and if it was done by per capita, because it was a small town, it was 92 cents on a dollar, and with our 536,000 residents in Sedgwick County, that amount would be closer to $493,000 of public money. Now, I know what you're thinking because I had the benefit of seeing Commissioner Howell's presentation last week, and we do not think that this is fluff. We do not believe that we are not engaged in serving the entire county. And there's a couple of things that I'll just mention, and then I've given you a packet of letters. The arts build community. They build connection, belonging, and trust. The arts are big business. We generate, and this is publicly resourced and documented, we generate nearly $184 million in economic activity, and that's just here in Wichita. There's over 3,000 workers working in this industry. The arts belong to everyone, and more importantly here, creativity leads to innovation. And I think innovation is an essential building stone of Wichita. We're entrepreneurial, we're industrial, we're manufactural, and we need innovation in all those divisions, and the art builds that. So based on all of that, I want to think about some of the comments, which I do respect very much and appreciate your consideration of this. I want to think about county parks. We just recently received a large gift to improve the sculpture at Sedgwick County Park, which will be happening this year. We spark, as I mentioned, the innovation, and it is essential to keep that going. We transform spaces. We engage youth. We build connectivity. We build communication. So you ask yourself, why is that important? What about our rural communities? Right, Commissioner Howell? So here we go. I have letters for you today, and those letters are from representing Mulvane, Cheney, Hayesville, Colwich, Goddard, Derby, and Valley Center. All of those people have been willing to address the need for the arts and the importance of the Arts Council in this community. One of my Cheney residents is unfortunately rurally isolated in New Mexico, so her letter is not in the stack, but willing to write it were she here. In addition, in Cheney, we're working with the Souter Museum currently to provide them resources through our historical society in town and the Old Cowtown Museum to support their need to catalog their and document their the things they own at their museum. So it's just a magnificent thing to have people say, we love the arts, we come into town because of the arts. It boosts everything for us. We engage with the arts. We use artists to teach our children. We have all kinds of vital assets that are happening in our smaller towns because we can't afford to do that without you. So again, in closing, for a fraction of a penny per county dollar, the Arts Council generates millions in return. We strengthen the economy, we strengthen community safety, we build civic pride, and connect residents across both Wichita and rural towns. Defunding the Arts Council is not fiscal responsibility. It is fiscal short-sightedness. I urge you to continue and ideally expand your investment in the arts for the good of all in Sedgwick County. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Connie. We appreciate your feedback. Commissioners, any questions or comment? Commissioner Howell.
Just wanted to thank you for your testimony this morning, and I appreciate your appearance here today. I don't know what the total operating budget is for the Arts Council per year is. Are you able to share that?
$48,000 this year, and we have a business plan to grow that to between $300,000 and $400,000 within the next 3 years.
You said 148 is the number today.
148,000.
Okay, and
148,000.
And of that 148,000, how much does Wichita donate to that?
Well, it's less than a tenth of that. How much does Wichita give
donate
us?
To your
9,000.
Yeah, and our budget this year is reducing it from, I don't have the number in front of me, but from 14,000 down to 13,300. That's the current recommended budget is actually
yes,
higher. Yes,
and I'm responding to your recommendation to zero that out as well.
Okay, and I guess we might just agree to disagree. I appreciate your comments today, and maybe this commission will agree with you, but we're trying to reduce property taxes everywhere we possibly can. And if I ask, and I have asked a lot of folks in my district about their opinion on whether this should be something we support through property tax dollars in our budget, and the answer was, I have had a strong response. The answer has been no. Again, I'm still talking about a potential sales tax resolution that would replace part of our property taxes in this budget. And in that, there could be monies available for that in the future, but I don't want to promise anything. I think that's a future discussion, but I think sales taxes are more appropriate for things like this. I don't think property taxes fit. So that's my personal opinion, but thank you for your time.
I appreciate it. I want to respond to that, if I may.
Please.
I feel that is a standard position. I think that it's really easily for people to not realize the economic impact of their investment, how much they're getting back on their tax investment. And I think that probably we need to do a better, I know we need to do a better job educating. That's one of my goals as executive director. I've only been in the job for 2.5 months. So we've made giant inroads while I've been there, and we will continue to. I think, again, that it's short-sighted to think that any reduction is beneficial, because it is serious business for your community, just like Intrust Arena, just like the parks, just like all of the things at Exploration Place and Sedgwick County Zoo.
I don't want to go back and forth today. I don't think it's appropriate to do so, but I'll just say this. If this is true, if this is $184 million of economic impact, yes, I think to raise $13,000 is something that's doable in the private sector or through sales tax. Again, the principle is property taxes is my concern.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Connie. I appreciate it. Okay, we'll keep moving through public comment. If anybody else would like to share, let me remind you, you'll have an opportunity also in the open hearings, the public open hearings for revenue neutral rate, and then again in the adopted budget portion of it. Would anybody else like to share at this point in time during public comment? Hey, Matthew, welcome. If you can just give your name and address for the record, our friendly county clerk will give you 5 minutes.
Sure. Matthew Broderick. I live at 700 North Sagebrush Street. I work at RCB Bank. I'm the president of the Arts Council, and I thank you guys for your time today. As I was driving here, there was a song that came on the radio that said, "Counting Your Blessings." And one of the blessings that I have in my life is my children and my family that lives here in town. And I'm one of those boomerang kids who left Wichita when I graduated in 2000 with a couple of other people in this room, and I was like, forget this dumpster fire. I don't want to come back. I thought it was basically a town that had just given up on trying to be anything but just a manufacturing town. But there were people sitting in the seats where you guys are sitting who thought very strategically about how do we make this a cool place to live? How do we make it a vibrant community? How do we make it someplace that draws people back? Flash forward to about 2014. Koch Industries was thinking to themselves, man, we've got an image problem. They're just calling us the Koch brothers. What are we going to do? They started to think, we've got to find a way to retain this town. Thankfully, right now, I am back here because I saw what was invested in the Intrust Bank Arena. And I saw what was invested in Exploration Place. These places are the places when people come to town, we take them to. The Sedgwick County Zoo kicks butt. The fact of the matter is that I get it. You're pulled in a bunch of different directions as commissioners. You don't want to make tough decisions to be like, hey, we're going to have to cut something. But I'd ask that you think strategically. I'd ask that you think about the things like, is now the right time strategically to make property tax cuts? Because legitimately, what does that mean? You've got to make cuts at these institutions. You've got to make cuts to the things that make Wichita great. And we have way, way, way too much potential, growing, momentum, growing. Look across the river and see what's about to happen in our community. Think about who is in the right place at the right time right now for Wichita. We have an incredibly brand new city council. We have an incredibly brand new county commission. We have incredibly brand new people at TCAM and Botanica and Cowtown. And I could keep going on about people who just got here and are just getting their legs underneath them and are just starting to go from a crawl to a walk. And to me, as a dad who wants more than anything for his kids to learn to fly, my wife would love it if they'd come back to the nest. I'd love it if they'd come back to the nest. And I'm on the Arts Council board because I truly believe that arts and culture are the things that just comfort us. They're the things that do so much more than just put murals on walls. They're the stuff that when folks like Heather Schroeder from downtown Wichita are thinking about, should I take that job? She comes and she sees what we're doing around town in the arts scene. She gets the chance to go see what Music Theater of Wichita is doing. And to me, those are the types of things, like I said, when you have friends come to town, you don't take them by the local fire station. You don't go, hey, look, man, we got all these cop cars on every corner. No, you go, let's go to the zoo. Let's go to Sedgwick County Park. And I love the fact that when I drove out of Sedgwick County Zoo this past time, I was able to point to the artwork that we just built over there and say, look at that, guys, isn't that cool? I'm not asking for you guys to not cut the Arts Council. I've been so grateful for your guys' support. I'm so grateful Ryan sits ex officio on our board. We are a blessed city. Beyond what we maybe deserve, I'm a lucky guy. You guys could raise my taxes and it wouldn't really affect me. I'm here for those other people who love our city and love the opportunities that these institutions provide. And yeah, I get it. Times are tight and we have to think strategically, but I'd ask that you think strategically for our future and not just the immediate needs. Thank you.
Good. Matthew, thank you for your feedback. Any questions or comments? Okay, very good. We're still in the public agenda piece of the meeting. Again, if you just walked in, you'll have an opportunity during the budget piece, the line item for revenue neutral rate, and then again during the budget piece to share about the budget if you'd like. But if you cannot wait for that line item on our agenda, then you're welcome to share during public comment now. Would anybody like to share? Yeah, you're welcome. Good morning, sir. If you can just give your name and address for the record.
Tim Grew, 2010 North Tealbrook, Wichita, 67235.
Welcome.
Sorry I'm late. It was a wreck on Kellogg. So I just wanted to address, Stephanie's helped me a lot already with the emails about the dangerous roads out west. Seems like it always has to be somebody get killed before we do something. But I know we're concentrating right now on 135 and 29th. And Stephanie's already answered my question, but I want to make sure that everybody else knows my feelings on it. So they're doing all this development out there. And I mean, and it's not just single home houses. They're putting in all these duplexes, which doubles up how many people are now on these roads. And to me, these are still old farm county roads. They're not roads that are made for all this development and stuff. So, like 135th is just a real mess. Over in Mays, they built that, used to be a dirt road between 135th and 19 where the schools are. I don't remember what road that is. And now it's a nice 2-lane with a turn lane in the middle. So now a lot of people are using that, because there's so much out there now, they're using that 135th to get over to the Mays schools. And it's just, everything out there is getting more dangerous. And 135th, it doesn't have shoulders, it's just got a big drop off. And so that ain't the only place I've seen wrecks at 29th and 135th, that whatever that road is from the schools. I've seen evidence of wrecks there where there's car parts everywhere. That bridge at the sewer plant, it needs replaced. And I think Stephanie said they're going to do something with the turn lane. But you take like 215th out there, they replaced the bridge there, and they said it's got a turn lane. It's wide enough for a turn lane. That thing ain't wide enough for a turn lane. It's a 2-lane bridge, which means that if you put in all these bridges and they're only 2-lane, 5-10 years down the road, you're going to have to replace that bridge again and make it a 4-lane. or at least a 3-lane, with a turn lane. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody else is aware that I'm concerned. I even, on 119th now, because everybody uses 119th, go up to the May schools, anywhere. So just north of 29th, you got all those developments. They just put in all them new duplexes over there. And I seen this guy run right into the back of a guy that was fixing to turn into his complex. And then, so that guy was already turning, so this guy veers off across the lanes, and luckily there wasn't anybody coming. Because that's how somebody died at our entrance into Tealbrook. They were sitting there waiting, and the car ran into it and knocked the other car across. And so anyway, people are dying out there because these roads are all dangerous. We need to do something. My thoughts are, these developers and realtors, they don't build these places without you putting in gas, electric, and heaven forbid you don't put internet in out there. They need to develop them roads before we allow all this development. I think they should allow them to develop until them roads are, that's part of the infrastructure. It's just like sewer and everything else. So anyway, I just wanted to come down and express to you guys, I know that Stephanie says we're working, and thank you, Stephanie, for always responding to me. And I'm sorry if I'm a pain in the rear for you. But if I can ever help you in any way, let me know. Anyway, that's my comments.
Very kind. Okay.
Thanks.
Questions or comments? Commissioner Blubaugh.
I just want to thank you for your comments this morning. I actually seen that wreck on Kellogg happen right in front of me on my way in, and I know whether it's the intersection 135th, 151st, 167th, K42, we've got a lot of development out there. We've got a lot of accidents, and I think this commission is committed to ensuring that we make the safety measures. And I do feel like we've got a little bit of growth kind of busting at the seams, and we haven't caught up with infrastructure. But I do believe we're targeting that, and we're going to ensure that we can keep our roads as safe as possible. So thank you very much for your comments.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for your feedback. We're grateful. Okay. Would anybody like to share at this point in time in public comment? Okay. Good morning. If you just give your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name's Idella M. Wilson. I'm at 14323 East Cascades Court in Wichita, Kansas, and I'm in the Crestview. Yep. Okay, and I'm in the Meadows 1 edition. And I'm calling because I see that you constantly go up on our property tax. But if you turn to your HOA and we're paying our HOA dues, then where is the money going? I mean, there are streets that in the neighborhood that needs to be repaved. I'm putting seed in the common area to get the grass to grow. But from my understanding, I was told that the HOA Meadows 1 is broke. So who do we turn to get things done? And I'm a homeowner, and I own my home. So I'm making my comment. I'm not only doing this for me, I'm doing it for a lot of property owners as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments?
Who do I turn to if the HOA is?
I'm not familiar. That is not in my. Do we have an idea of what district is this? Crestview, you said?
Yeah.
I believe that is that District 1. Yeah.
Ma'am, Crestview.
I'm in the Crestview.
Crestview, they're at 127th and
I'm 143rd East.
Okay.
I'm right across from the fire station.
All of there's a Crestview Improvement District that encompasses that whole square mile.
Well, could you give me the point of contact for that so I can call them?
Sure. Can you get make sure you have your name and address and phone number to the clerk, and
I will do that. Thank you. Okay. And I'm retired military, so I served this country.
Thank you for your service.
Active duty.
Okay. Thank you for your service. Yes, ma'am. Bless you. Very good. Thank you for your service. Okay. Anyone else would like to share during public comment before we get to the budget and R&R hearings? Okay. Seeing none, again, if you just walked in, you'll have another opportunity to share during public hearing. Okay, I'll make a motion to receive and file public comment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Brady.
Aye. Next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, special meeting minutes of July 30th, 2025.
Okay, commissioners, if you look at items A and B, all commissioners were present. Unless there's objection, I'd like to combine both of these into one motion. Okay, seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes of July 30th and August 6th, 2025.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
Appointments.
Mr. Wagner, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Justin Wagner, County Councilor. This is a resolution nominating TERESA Ortega for appointment to the Wichita Airport Advisory Board as recommended by Commissioner Wise. This is a board that the City of Wichita, their City Council, actually makes the formal appointments. The recommended action is to adopt the resolution.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Wise.
Yes, thank you. I was very honored to have a lot of really great recommendations to fill a spot on that board. That the expiration of their term came up, and they recommended some really wonderful people. TERESA will be a great addition to that council as well. I believe she has to go through the City of Wichita before coming back to get sworn in. So I don't think she's here today, but very grateful that she's willing to serve.
Yeah. Okay. Again, appreciate everybody that serves in these capacities and all these boards. So I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution nominating TERESA Ortega for appointment to the Wichita Airport Advisory Board.
Second.
Motion and a second. One moment, please, Commissioner Blubaugh.
I just want to make a couple comments about Teresa and her husband as well. I worked with Teresa in sales at Textron, and she's just a phenomenal individual. She has subject matter expertise, and if anyone knows her husband, Kirby Ortega, he's like considered the rock star of pilots. I think he's probably got 15,000 hours. So both of them, together, this will be an excellent appointment. She'll be a great addition to the board.
I appreciate that they're willing to serve. Absolutely. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
New business. Item D, CON 2025-00081, conditional use in the county to allow an accessory apartment on property zoned SF20, single-family residential district, generally located on the west side of South MILSAP Drive, within 1/4 mile north of East 83rd Street South, 8201 South MILSAP Drive, Derby area of influence.
Very impressive, Clerk. Very impressive. Scott, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. So Scott Wadle here to present this item. As you heard, for this one, the applicant is requesting a conditional use in order to allow for an accessory apartment on the site. This item is being heard today because the recommendations for approval, so both were for approval, but they're slightly different conditions. So the City of Derby Planning Commission and the Wichita Sedgwick County Planning Commission recommendations were both for approval. In terms of the request, as you heard, they'd like to construct the accessory apartment in the existing pole barn, which you can see here on the aerial graphic. In terms of the property, the subject site is located at 8201 South Millsap Drive, which is generally to the north and east of the intersection of Hillside and 83rd Street South. The subject site consists of one ownership parcel. It is just over half an acre in size, zoned SF20, and developed with a single-family house and the pole barn. The property is within the City of Derby's urban area of influence and the Derby extraterritorial subdivision jurisdiction area. In terms of context, properties to the north, east, and south are zoned SF20 and developed with single-family dwellings. Property to the west is zoned rural residential and is currently undeveloped and unplatted. In terms of the staff report, it provides additional information about definitions and supplementary use regulations. In terms of review, on July 10th, the MAPC considered the application and recommended approval of the request 11-0, so it was unanimous. One member of the public spoke at that hearing with a question about whether the accessory apartment would be used as rental property. The applicant indicated at the time that their intended use was to host friends and family. On July 17th, the Derby Planning Commission considered the application. That commission recommended approval of the case by a 9-0 vote. In addition to that, they recommended it with a waiver of supplementary use regulation, which are conditions that automatically get added to certain types of cases. This particular condition that they recommended a waiver for would require the appearance of the accessory apartment to be compatible with the main dwelling unit and with the character of the neighborhood. No protests were received for this case. Therefore, the County Commission can approve the conditional use per the MAPC with a simple majority. So the recommended action is that you do just that, adopt the findings of the planning MAPC, approve the conditional use request, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. Again, just a simple majority of 3 out of 5 votes. Alternatives include the following. You can override the MAPC recommendation, adopt the findings of the Derby Planning Commission, and approve the conditional use permit with the waiver that they recommended of the supplementary use regulation regarding the appearance of the structure. That would require a 2/3 majority of 4 out of 5 votes. Another alternative is you can override the MAPC recommendation, make alternative findings, and deny the application. That would require 4 out of 5 votes. Or, as always, you can return it back to the MAPC for additional consideration and with a statement specifying the basis for that return. So with that, I'll take you through some of the graphics and images. So here's the aerial image. Again, you can see the house and the pole barn. Here's the zoning map showing that most of the neighborhood is SF20, and then directly to the west is the rural residential. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan showing the urban growth area in Derby's urban growth area. Here's the map from the Unified Zoning Code showing the urban area of influence and in Derby's there. Here's the Derby comprehensive plan. Here's the graphic that was submitted as part of the application showing the portion of the pole barn that would be used for the dwelling unit. Here's the notification map and also the protest map. Again, no protests were submitted. And here are photos of the site and the surrounding area. Here's the pole barn in the background. And just looking around the neighborhood here. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, Scott, thank you for the presentation. We've all been briefed on this. Appreciate that as well. Before we move into questions for Scott, I want to give the Commission an opportunity to disclose of any ex parte communication. Commissioner Blueball, any ex parte communication?
I have not.
Okay.
I've had 0 ex parte communication.
Likewise, I've had 0 ex parte communication. I remain open-minded based on the facts of the case.
I have not had any ex parte communication.
I also have had none. Thank you.
Okay, Scott, any questions for Scott? Go ahead,
Chairman, thank you. Justin Wagner, County Councilor. Did want to make a quick comment, and I'm looking to Scott just for the sake of clarity. If the board would take the recommended action on this item, I believe it would actually require 4 votes because the Derby Planning Commission had recommended a different condition than the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission did. Is that correct, Scott? I might make sure we're on the same page there.
A great question for clarification. So if my understanding is that if they go with the MAPC recommendation, which did not include the waiver of the supplementary use regulation, then it's just a simple majority because it follows the MAPC recommendation. However, if they opt to go with the Derby Planning Commission recommendation, it would require an override, which would be the 4 votes. So I think the distinction is just whether or not they would prefer to have that waiver of the supplementary use regulation condition.
And I might let Samantha Siang, Assistant County Councilor, speak to this more. I think she looked into it further than I had, but apologize for the
Hi, Samantha.
Good morning, Samantha Siang, Assistant County Councilor. When it comes to action by the board in terms of if the Derby Planning Commission provides a different recommendation from the MAPC, then 4 votes is required. It's a supermajority vote that's required.
Okay, that's helpful clarity. Okay, any questions for Scott? Okay, Scott, do we have the applicant agent or applicant here today?
I'm not aware if they are.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we officially open a public hearing for this item? Would anybody like to share specifically on this item on the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, I'll close that item, bring discussion back to the bench. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say I've reviewed this case. I have no problem with option 2, which would be to agree with Derby's position, and I'll be glad to make a motion if it's appropriate.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Commissioner Howell, if you were to make a motion.
Thank you. And I just say that because, Derby is in my district, but the actual subject site is in Commissioner Bluebaugh's district. But I think we both have an interest in this case. But the Derby Planning Commission does a great job. I just like to share that. But I would move that the Board of County Commissioners approves the conditional use subject to staff conditions, but also waive the compatible appearance requirement of Section 3-D.6.A.2 of the supplementary use regulations. Is that good enough? Thank you. All right.
Okay, we have a motion. Do you have a second?
Can we go ahead and review those again, the differences?
Scott? The difference between Planning Commission and Derby Planning Commission.
Yes, sir. So in the zoning code, there are conditions that automatically get added to certain types of cases. Those are the supplementary use conditions. And for this particular use, for an accessory apartment, one of the conditions that gets added is that the appearance of the accessory apartment shall be compatible with the main dwelling unit and the character of the neighborhood. It's relatively subjective. There's not a clear definition of what is compatible. So when it went to the MAPC, they went ahead and improved it, and it included that condition. When it went to the Derby Planning Commission, they looked at it and they said, you know what, we want to make sure that there's no issues with how this might be defined, so they are recommending that you waive that condition as part of the case.
Simple recommendation. Okay.
Have they already built this or not? I thought they had already built it. I'm just trying to look to see, have they already built it, and is there consistency already?
So the pole barn is pictured here in the back. So it exists. What they want to do is finish out the western portion of it as an accessory dwelling unit. So they want to put a dwelling unit into it.
Okay. Do we know, is the applicant agreed that they're okay with that, or?
In terms of the condition, I don't believe that it would give them any hindrance. They are. It sounds like the applicant is here.
Yeah, I'm here.
So.
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking here, but that's basically just going to be used.
If you can come on up, we'll allow. That's fine. If you can just come on up.
I just want to be clear.
Well, basically, all this is going to be used for is, since I've gotten older, my family, my kids have all grown up. Now I have grandkids. A lot of people come to visit and stuff. And my house is just basically a 3-bedroom house. And I just want to have a little extra space for when people come, that they don't have to go rent hotel rooms and things like that. I'll have a place to stay at my house. And that's basically all that's going to be used for. And I don't know if there's any objection to that, but that's basically was it.
Okay. Are you okay with the Derby Planning Commission recommendations then?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what that recommendation was. I don't hear it too good, and there's a lot of echo in this place.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to better understand what consistent with. I mean, do you want the same facade as the house?
Yeah.
Siding?
Let's do this.
Metal?
Commissioner Howell?
I think I can clear this up. The MAPC has more requirements and more regulations. Derby has less. So I'm actually asking for less regulations and more freedom to do whatever you like to do there. So this is removing a regulation and a requirement for you to do what MAPC would normally do in a case like this, make it look like the rest of the house. We're not going to say that in this case. You can leave it like it looks today if you want to. Do out the finishing that you want to do. But our requirement to make it look like the rest of the house is not going to be part of this case. So that if you want to do that, you can, but we're not going to tell you that you have to. So we're backing off and telling you you have more freedom, less regulation, more freedoms. That's why I'm very supportive of this.
Right. I have no problem with that.
Yeah,
Very good. Thank you.
That's good.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Chairman, I'd like to second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. I would, before we take the vote, I would add that these accessory dwelling units, I think, should be done by right in this community, and I think we're working on some policy of what that looks like, so they don't have to come before us to ask about what they want to do on their property like this. So we're working on things like that right now, and I appreciate all the work that's being done by the planning department. So we have a motion. We have a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh?
Aye.
Commissioner Wise?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Chairman Beatty?
Aye. Okay, wonderful. Appreciate everybody's work on that zoning case. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item E, amendment to funding agreement with Exploration Place, Inc.
Okay, Manager Stoltz.
Good morning, Chairman, Commission Tom Stoltz, County Manager. I am here today to present an amendment to the funding agreement between Sedgwick County and Exploration Place Incorporated. Over the last 2 decades, Sedgwick County property taxpayers have subsidized operations at Exploration Place with over $80 million from the county budget in the form of a bond payout for the Exploration Place building and roughly $2 million per year in operational subsidy. The proposal in front of you today is to settle the remaining 2 years of the current funding agreement for the one-time sum of $3.5 million from greater than anticipated investment income in the current county budget. The agreement accomplishes the following things. I'm going to list 4. First, it supports the goal of this commission to remove non-mission critical functions from property tax funding. Next, it saves Sedgwick County taxpayers over $700,000 property tax dollars during the next 2 years. Third, it allows the county to further drop the mill levy in 2026. And finally, this agreement will infuse flexible operational dollars into Exploration Place for current operations and allow them to focus on the opening of the planned EP2 project. They also would have the next 2 years to determine other revenue sources for their operations to replace the historical property tax donation given by the county. The Exploration Place Incorporated Executive Board has reviewed and approved this agreement. I recommend the Board of County Commissioners also approve the agreement and recommend the chairman to sign.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I appreciate the summary. I thought you did a good job summarizing where we're at. This has been an ongoing discussion here for several months of how we best serve the community, best serve some of our assets and organizations like Exploration Place. I'll make a couple additional comments before we call for the vote. In 2025 budget, when we entered into the agreement in 2023, as you suggested, 2025 budget, we reduced the funding by about 10%. In this 2026, the proposal for the budget for Exploration Place reduces it another 5%, which is consistent with what we were looking at across all cultural arts. Totals about $300,000 of reductions from the initial $2.2 million that we talked about in the initial 5-year funding agreement. I think the commission has acted in a way to try to be responsive to what we perceive as community needs and community priorities, particularly around public safety. But this has put pressure on Exploration Place's operational budget. And we have been working diligently with them, trying to understand those pressures, and also the pressures that they have to continue their fundraising campaign to launch EP2. Again, we've worked with EPI, the board, for several months and several conversations, and to try to find a workable solution to make sure they can launch into EP2 with full strength and manage their operations. I want to personally thank Gail Malone is here today. I want to personally thank you from the board. I also want to thank Patrick Goebel from the board. Adam's here today. Adam Smith, our director. I want to thank you guys for the conversations that we've had and all the work that's being done over there. I want to thank the manager's office and the legal department and finance. There's been a lot of discussion and a lot of work that has been done on this. I think what we have here is a win-win for Exploration Place and a win-win for the taxpayer. And I think that's what's really, really important here. We're going to be able to leverage one-time use of investment capital, investment revenues. We can leverage that to finish off the funding agreement ahead of schedule, a reduced funding agreement ahead of schedule, and we can do that to provide roughly $2 million of property tax relief in both 26 and 27. So this is a win-win for both Exploration Place and for the taxpayer. And I appreciate the creativeness that have gone into this. This has been a big lift, and it's an important lift. But Tom, I think you summed up really well the 3 things that you think this accomplishes for both EP, for the taxpayer. But and the last thing that you had mentioned, this gives us a couple of years to work on a funding model that is going to be different. I think the community has heard loud and clear that the assets that we have at Sedgwick County government, the big cultural arts assets that we have, when you start to think about Interest Bank Arena, the Sedgwick County Zoo, Exploration Place, when you think about TCAM and other organizations and assets that we have at Sedgwick County government, that we want to try to remove these from property tax funding, make sure property tax funds are used for core services of county government, and find a revenue stream and model that protects these organizations, protects these assets, and make sure that they aren't getting caught up into the political divisiveness that often comes with decisions that we have to make around public safety. And we need, and property tax dollars, we need these property tax dollars to be allocated towards some core services around public safety in particular. And we're going to work diligently on trying to find other revenue streams. And we have large conversations that'll be happening in this community, which Exploration Place has said that they support, and they're going to come beside us to try to help navigate this over the next couple of years. So I'm grateful. I say all those things just to say that I'm incredibly grateful for the work that's been done, particularly the last several months to get to this point here. This is a win-win for the community in many, many ways. And I saw a presentation just this morning at Visit Wichita about what's coming with EP2, and we are proud, and we are excited, and we are eager for what's coming. So we're very proud of Exploration Place, and this is an agreement that helps us to help manage that relationship and the funding while meeting other needs in the community. So any questions or comments from the commission? Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Blueball.
Commissioner Beatty, I want to thank you as well as Exploration Place. I know that you're our representative. I'm on that board, and I appreciate you utilizing business solutions to help enhance our community while we're trying to continue to lower that property tax burden on our taxpayers. That's the main thing I hear about over and over again. So if there's anything we can do to reduce that liability in the future, I appreciate you using pragmatic business practices to do that. So thank you very much.
Certainly. Thank you. Big group effort here. Commissioner Meitstern.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you as well. And thank you, Stephanie, for your involvement in this. Gail, thanks for the numerous hours. I don't think you got paid by the hour for your volunteer work on this, but thank you very much. And I would just say also that aside from the financial commitment that the county's done over the years, even way before my time served. But I've embraced personal support for Exploration Place, and I will not lose my enthusiasm to Adam. You recall we recruiting. Using any connections or any influence that we may have to bring other businesses into the fold that are non-taxpayer support and governance non-taxpayer support financially into helping get you through the finish line and beyond. I can't wait to see what I hope the projections are as good and even better than what has been discussed, and I will not lose my enthusiasm to continue to keep my eyes open to see if there's other opportunities personally to influence or help support on your endeavor. So thank you.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Wise.
I just want to echo that this definitely was a team effort, and I think a win-win for both sides. So Gail and Patrick, thank you for entertaining some creative solutions that we can leverage, some investments that we did really well on, able to set you up with a really good start with EP2. I drove down First Street on the way in this morning and saw the rocket, and we've got really exciting things going on in our community, and I'm just thankful for this board working so closely to not only support community treasures, but also, really just being good stewards of our taxpayers' dollars as well. So thank you very much for everybody showing up today. We love EP2. Thanks for everybody in our staff that helped put this together. Just another echo of teamwork that came out with a really great success.
Very good. Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I echo the comments of really everybody that spoke on this topic so far. So I completely agree. I think Exploration Place is a great resource for this community, and it's to be celebrated, and I'm glad we have it. But having said that, I want to make sure that the funding for it lands in the hands of taxpayers and electors. So my goal is to continue to lower property taxes in the future, to be replaced with a voter-approved sales tax, so people have the choice on what they do with their money. And I've been working on that proposal for a while, and I think that that's the future. And again, I'd just like to encourage even the Arts Council who spoke previously, should they receive money in the future from public funds, my opinion is it has to come from a sales tax that is collected for that purpose that's voter approved. To me, that's the solution. Because property taxes are completely in the hands of this commission, and there is a huge disagreement in the community whether that's something that the majority of people who vote in elections would agree with or not. I don't mind giving them that opportunity to state their support or opposition to those decisions. So I think that the future funding for Exploration Place, as well as really all of our culture and recreation, I think the question on the table is if we're going to provide funding to those types of entities, the people themselves need to make that choice. And so I would this is not about being not that we don't have a commitment towards Exploration Place. It's just the commitment has to take the form of a sales tax, in my opinion, so the people have a choice. And that's really the point I've been making for years now. And I think that has to be stated as we move forward. So I think this is a good compromise. It gives us some relief today for this budget cycle. the people will see a tax cut in 2026 and 2027, and what happens beyond that is up to the people. And should the people want to provide funding to Exploration Place or other similar culture and recreation or community development type of agencies, they have that option, I think. Our job is simply to put that in front of the people and let them decide. So this is not an act that says we love or hate any of these things. That's really not what this is. It's just it's a very intentional shifting away from property taxes. And I think that has to be understood by everyone. So thank you so much for the chance to speak, Chairman.
Okay. Commissioners, appreciate it. Lots of work still to be done. Okay. I will make a motion to approve the item and recommend signature on a contract amendment to the funding agreement with Exploration Place.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Very good. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item F, public hearing regarding proposed property tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate and adoption of revenue neutral rate resolution.
Okay. Before I introduce Mr. Stoltz here, I'm going to open the public hearing regarding Sedgwick County's proposal to levy a property tax for its 2026 budget in excess of the revenue neutral rate. Please note that if you wish to provide oral testimony on Sedgwick County's proposal to levy a tax for its 2026 budget in excess of the revenue neutral rate, this will be your opportunity to provide public comments. Again, this is on the revenue neutral rate hearing. If you look forward in the budget, we still have an open hearing that will be coming for the 2026 budget. That's a second public hearing that we'll be having. So the public hearing is now open for revenue neutral rate. The first speaker for the public hearing is County Manager Tom Stoltz.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning again, Commission. This morning is the first and only required hearing on the recommended budget's proposed property tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate. The revenue neutral rate mill levy is 26.427 mills. The recommended budget would be supported with a property tax levy of $210,524,468, which is approximately equivalent to 27.881 mills. This is the first of the two public hearings related to the Sedgwick County's recommended budget this morning. This hearing should consider whether the county should exceed the revenue neutral rate upon hearing input from interested taxpayers, while the second hearing should consider amendments to the recommended budget after hearing objections to the same. I recommend you allow interested taxpayers an opportunity to present oral testimony, receive public comment, approve the resolution to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate, close the public hearing, and receive and file public comments.
Okay, Tom, appreciate that. We'll now begin the portion of the public hearing that provides interested taxpayers with the opportunity to present oral testimony. Again, this is on the revenue neutral rate. Each speaker will be afforded 5 minutes to provide comments. Would anybody like to address the commission on the revenue neutral rate? Please. Good morning, sir. If you can just provide your name and address.
Morning.
Our county clerk will give you 5 minutes.
Bill Nichols, 6411 Madison Street in Wichita. I just have a quick question. Is the budget proposed prior to the property tax rate, or do you adjust the budget to meet the property tax?
I think I understand what you're saying. Commissioner Howe, your light's on.
Mr. Nicholas, is it Nicholas?
Nichols.
Mike.
Thank you so much.
Jen, your mic. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the question today. I love this type of question. I do what's called the tax talk, and I'd like to kind of explain how the whole system works. And so I'll kind of jump to the end of my normal comments. I just simply say we pass a budget that needs a certain number of tax dollars to fund this budget. And what we actually we understand the math, so we know how to calculate a mill levy. We know what the assessed value is based on the appraiser's work. Using those two, using how much money we need and the assessed value, we calculate a mill levy required to generate those dollars. And so what we actually do is pass the budget. and we give, if you will, our budget requirements over to the county clerk, and they calculate on an individual parcel level what each person's apportionment of the tax burden is based on their assessed value. So that's generally how it works. So the mill levy and then the whole discussion of property tax dollars starts with us passing a budget. And once that's completed, then those calculations happen. And then that's when you get your tax bill. It's a calculation based on your personal assessment, if you will, and your apportionment of the tax burden for that governing agency. So I hope that cleans that up a little bit.
That cleans it up a little bit. Now, my next question is real simple. Has your budget gone up 30% in 3 years because my taxes have?
Yeah, so it's a combination of two things. Our property tax budgets requirement for dollars have, in fact, gone up. In fact, in this budget, it's about a $10 million increase. In fact, when we get done here today, it's probably going to be a different number today. But as it sits right now, it's about a $10 million increase in property tax levy. That's a consequence of two things. The assessed value for the jurisdiction for all properties in Sedgwick County have gone up about 8.6%. And the reason that went up is it's really about supply and demand. It's a combination between the local economy as well as there's like a housing shortage, for example, that goes on. There's a labor shortage and supply issues and all kinds of other things. Cost of goods and services have gone up, and that drives the cost of housing. That drives the cost of commercial buildings. And so assessed value overall has gone up 8.6%. Now, if I say that, understand the inflation rate is about 3.5%. So the difference is because we build a budget on assessed value, not on consumer price index. What I think governments like Sedgwick County need to look at is just because the assessed value went up 8.6% for the jurisdiction doesn't mean we need 8.6% more property tax dollars. So your taxes have gone up as a consequence of two things. Your housing value, assume you're talking about your home taxes, housing value has gone up because the market value on housing has gone up. Second of all, you pay to multiple jurisdictions. I pay to 9 different taxing jurisdictions. Even though one jurisdiction might hold the line and not raise taxes, other agencies, other jurisdictions probably will, especially the schools. There's been very little effort on the part of schools to lower the mill levy rate to, if you will, reduce those dollars. They've essentially captured the full assessed value growth each and every year. So what you're experiencing then is an increase of the budgets by those jurisdictions that you have to pay taxes to. They've not lowered the mill levy rates, and they've captured the assessed value. But secondarily, your property increased in value. So a combination of those two things is giving you a 30% increase.
Well, my assessed value has gone up 30%, and I know I can't sell my house for 30% more than what it cost me.
And if that's true, then I would really, really encourage you to please make an appeal to the appraiser, to the appraiser's office. They welcome you to make that case for them. And if they have made an error and increased your value to a point where it can't be sold, in other words, it's not market value, it's way more than market value, then you should be able to get an adjustment in your favor if that's true. So we want you to make an appeal.
Okay, where is this office?
When you receive your tax appraisal, your property tax appraisal comes to you every March. It's based on the value of your property on January the 1st of that year. So this year, January the 1st, they locked it down and say, here's the values for every property. They sent out notifications in March, and on the back side of that notification is invitation for you to make an appeal on that number. Whether you do or you don't, or whether you get an adjustment or you don't, once there's a date certain, about six weeks later, that's locked down, that's so that the appraiser can certify the appraised value to all the jurisdictions for us to go ahead and build our budgets. And so today, about 6 weeks ago, 6 or 8 weeks ago, we finally got a certified number from the appraiser saying for 2026 budget cycle, the appraised value on January the 1st was, and they gave us a number. And that's a consequence of what all the work they did the prior year after most of the appeals were processed. And there's some people who didn't get their adjustments made in time, and so they're still working on that. They can do what's called a payment under protest and continue to make an appeal to the appraiser. You can go back a little bit of time, but at the end of the day, the tax clock has to continue to tick. So here we are in August. We have to pass the budget in August according to the law. You had your chance probably in March to file an appeal. They would have scheduled you to have an appeal. And if you missed your chance this year, certainly next year, I hope you'll do that. But you can certainly contact the appraiser's office at 271 West 3rd Street. That's where their office is. And talk to them about getting started to make an appeal as soon as possible. And talk to them about your belief that your property has been overvaluated. They would be glad to speak with you about that.
All right, thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Okay, Commissioner Blubaugh.
Thank you, Chairman. Sir, thank you very much for coming in today. Sir, thank you very much for coming in today. I want to talk to you a little bit about, it sounds like maybe if you didn't appeal your taxes this spring, you still have an opportunity, as Commissioner Howell was saying, to do a payment under protest this fall. I would certainly encourage you to do that. I don't want you to lead you down a primrose path and think, hell, it's all going to be taken care of, because our appeals earlier this year, only 30% ended up with any kind of reduction. We know that we need property tax reform. We know that we are not hitting the mark on the assessments and the real value. I hear the same issue that you're with your original question that you brought up, asking, do you set the budget first or is it off the property values? I think the bigger, we're only 20 to 25% of that tax bill. So you have the schools, you have the cemeteries, you have the cities, you have a lot of other taxes on that. We know we need property tax reform, and I believe that everyone on this commission is focused on that, and we're going to get there. We're going to keep pushing until we do. So thank you very much for your comments, and please continue to engage with us. Reach out to me anytime. I'd be glad to talk to you about the value of your property.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. Would anybody else like to address in public or in the revenue neutral rate public hearing? Hi, Faith.
Hello, Faith Martin again, 608 South Drury. One of the biggest issues that I've been talking about for a couple of years now is people are upset about property tax, but it's not the property tax itself that we're upset about. It's how the evaluation is done. And when we know, and there's tons and scads of data everywhere talking about the housing shortage, this body, working with the local school districts and the city of Wichita, have not focused on what we're going to do about our housing shortage. All of our property taxes have gone up, and all of our houses are older and older and older. My house is not worth more than it was, and also I don't plan on selling my house until this body takes direct action with the Kansas legislature doing things like circuit breakers, which I'm happy to present any information about circuit breakers. I'm sure my commissioner has studied that. Those are things that cap prices, so your failure to pay doesn't price you out of your home. But until we address the housing shortage in general, our houses will continue to be overvalued because we don't have enough to house the people that live in Sedgwick County. I will support increasing the revenue neutral, which I know not everyone is going to be on board with that, but when we have $60,000 a month that the county is paying in rent and we haven't taken action on a new building, when we have the WSU mill levy, which I've talked about a lot, there's a lot of places that our dollars are going when we pay taxes that aren't doing anything to help with property tax relief. And so tiny cuts, death by 1,000 cuts of losing services and paying more taxes and continuing to lose services is not what we want. I do want us to meet the budget this year. I think it's important that we don't go against that. The budget is, we're so lean already as a county. Yeah. So I would encourage this body to do what they need to do to pull the trigger on legislative agendas that address not property tax relief, but housing. Because our property taxes are high because we don't have enough housing. Yeah. We're really focusing on the symptoms and we're not focusing on the cause. And so I would just encourage you to increase the revenue neutral rate to pay our bills so we don't lose services, but take some time and really focus on what we can do to save the dollars that we are spending and to put pressure on the Kansas legislature, as we are one of the largest counties and you are essentially the bosses of the largest county. You have weight at the Kansas legislature. Swing it around. Get them to get on board with some things that we need to do to actually address this.
Faith, I appreciate the comments when it comes to housing. The housing, we don't have a housing department. It's done in the city of Wichita, which is why it has to be done in collaboration. The fundamentals in the market are upset. As an example, in 2024, there were roughly 4,400 residential real estate transactions in 2024. 92% of those, 4,100 of the 4,400, were sold above the county valuation. So the market is signaling that it does meet the valuation and exceeds the valuation. But we know, and we are presenting several options to the legislature about how we reform the way property tax valuations or way property valuations are being done in regards to the land value, the cost factors, the sale factors. Those things are done at the state. That is done through state statute, through the property valuation division. But as you said, we can leverage our influence into trying to get the reform that's needed to provide some relief to the constituents here in Sedgwick County. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the conversation around housing. Commissioner Blubaugh.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much for your comments. I think we're on the same page here. We've become an unaffordable housing area for so many people, and if you look at the market right now, we've got a 10 or 25% increase year over year of houses that are setting. The saturation point is just properties just aren't moving, and it's affordability. We've got to come up with options where we can make housing more affordable again. You followed me during the Wichita City Council, 11 years, 11 budgets. I never voted to pass the revenue neutral period. However, this year I'm leaning toward it because I do understand the county runs a lean operation, and so much of it is public safety, the Sheriff's Department, EMS, the services we offer. I don't see where we can cut it anymore and get past that. So really appreciate all your comments, and I think you're right on target.
Okay. Commissioner Howell, forgive me. Faith, thank you for being here again. And I have a question for you, but before I get to that, I wanted to ask, does someone have the amount of mill levy cut we would have to not exceed the revenue neutral rate?
Sounds like a question for the CFO. Who I would encourage to sit a little closer to the mic moving forward. You're going to be needed. You're going to be needed.
Boo. I don't like that at all. Yes. What you would need in order to have a revenue neutral rate, bear with me for one moment.
Since you're digging it up, mill levy rate change and relevant to the last year's mill levy, the total dollars we'd have to reduce, I guess, to get to that.
Say that one more time.
Well, let's just talk about the mill levy rate first. We'll go from there. Okay. I'm sorry.
Go right ahead and ask your question, and then I will.
No, what's the mill levy rate we need to not exceed R&R?
I believe it is
26.427 mils.
Yep, 26.427. There you go. Good job.
That's a reduction of how much compared to our current mill levy rate?
So current is 28.701.
Okay. So
that's in the 2025 budget.
Right.
Okay.
It's about 2.274 mils. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And each mill is worth $7.55 million in this budget.
So it's about $16 million.
Yes.
Okay. So, let me make another comment. You can agree or disagree, and I'm just saying it this way on purpose because I hear people talk about revenue neutral rate, and it's almost like they say, and I'm not trying to pick on you, Faith. You're very, very smart, but you said something like to the effect of increasing the R&R. You use that term, increasing the R&R when you're in your speech. I may not have said that exactly right, but I think that's what you said. In other words, what that means is it's. What I think people are saying when they say that is to accept some assessed value growth, as some increase to the property tax levy. You support some increase to the property tax levy. The R&R is kind of like being pregnant. Either you exceed it or you don't. Okay? You are or you're not. Okay? It's kind of either you. So this hearing right now says we're going to exceed that revenue neutral rate, which means we would collect the same tax dollars we did last year to fund the 2026 budget. And if that's unreasonable, then we intend to raise the tax levy, more dollars needed to run this budget next year. then we're going to need to exceed that number. So if we exceed it, that's very black and white. It's a yes or no. It's on or it's off. It's a 1 or a 0. We're going to exceed the revenue neutral rate if we increase it past those numbers. So I want to make that clarification. So this hearing right now is whether or not we're going to exceed the tax levy that we had last year. That's really what we're talking about right now. And I think your comments
That's what I support.
And you do support us exceeding more tax dollars than last year. Now, my question for you is this. The manager's recommended budget, he did a great job. Our staff did a tremendous job. But the base budget we're considering today, if we don't make any changes at all, it is about a 5.5% increase in property tax levy. Okay. Now, in light of the fact that consumer price index was about 3.5%, do you support changes to this budget to get that down closer to 3.5%?
And I'm happy to make comment during the budget time, but I believe I've made comments about what we can do. Just today, you were able to decide that Derby can make a better decision for zoning over Wichita's combined Sedgwick County Board. You can also make that decision to get the ball rolling regarding the 1.5 mills around WSU, regarding building your building or buying a building, and instead of paying $60,000 a month in rent. There's a few things that the county can do right now to pull the trigger on those things, and getting your legislative agenda in the next month and a half instead of waiting till the end of the year is another way that we can get in front of legislators to say, not only is this so important, but this might affect your ability to get reelected if we don't get what we need.
I completely agree with you on the building issue, and I think we're getting close to that. We had a staff meeting yesterday that was presented. It's actually in the news today. I think we're getting closer to solving that problem finally after a very long period of time.
But we have to pay for local government, so I do support exceeding it. I know what the impact will be, but this body can't do anything about it right this second. So, and the decisions have to be made today.
And my last question is, you talked about housing, affordable housing. Again, we have to decide as a community.
The selling price, okay, which has resulted in a lost revenue on over $836,000. I think if you look at that, and I'm looking at one subdivision, what's going on over the entire county? Okay, I've addressed this, and there's been nothing done. It hasn't been corrected. Some of these have gone on 2 years past when they were sold, okay, when the appraised value is still below the selling price. Totally unfair. When I bought my property, my appraised value the year after I bought it was increased above what I paid for the house, which is against Kansas Constitution, and it's against 2 statutes, as well as being appraised values being set below the selling prices against 2 Kansas statutes. Nobody seems to be interested in following up with the appraiser's office to correct this situation, period. I know right now there's an interim county appraiser, and you're looking for a new one. I think that's one thing that should be done, is stated that this has to be stopped, period. And maybe we wouldn't be talking about the issues with property taxes if this was corrected, okay? It's frustrating to me, okay, because my appraised value of my property, which I bought in 2019, has gone up 63%. Okay, this year I have an increase of 13%. 88.54% of the properties in my subdivision are lower than mine. Totally ridiculous, totally unfair. But there doesn't seem to be like any interest whatsoever in the county appraiser's office to adjust that. One more comment I'll bring up, and that's about the issue with condition of properties, how it's ridiculous, okay? I was told last year when I went to Topeka that the information based upon how you regulate CDU regulations, I was not privileged to know how that can happen. I think that's illegal, okay? If you're going to adjust properties based upon a condition rating, I think the people need to understand understand what that condition rating is and so forth like that. My property, out of all 157 properties in the subdivision, was the second highest rated, which was average plus. I was the only property in the subdivision that was that. The subdivision was started in 2004. My house was built in 2005. The subdivision was completed in 2020. And other than one other house higher than mine, everybody else's was below that. It finally got corrected, but when it got corrected, they didn't adjust my appraised value down to compensate for that. So I think there's some issues that need to be corrected. If you would like, I'm more than happy to give you a copy of a document showing these properties over the past 3 years where the appraised value has been below selling price. Yeah. So you can see that, and I think that is something that definitely needs to be corrected. Maybe you don't need to have a change in this if property taxes are collected properly on everybody like they should be.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you, sir. If that documentation, if you can give it to the county clerk, we'll make sure it's submitted to the commission and distributed. I would also say, and I appreciate your comments, and this is a broad topic of conversation. We have a lot here from the commission. We fund the county appraiser's budget. We appoint the county appraiser. The operations of the county appraiser, how they perform valuations and such, comes from the state, and that's the rub, because we have met directly with the property valuation division of the Kansas Department of Revenue and said, we want reform, here are ideas, this is what we're working towards. We're not getting a whole lot of movement, so we're going to be seeking statutory reform in this to contend for some of the things that you have talked about and you have highlighted that are obvious challenges. I know Commissioner Blubaugh just mentioned 5 different things that he's going to be advocating for in our legislative platform. What we can control is when we have the appraiser has the hearings, when you file a hearing, an appeal. We can talk about how that process works, things that we can do to strengthen that process to make sure there's some checks and balances. But when it comes to the valuations and the process for that, unfortunately, we have very little control, and we're trying to assert a little bit more leverage. So go ahead. Commissioner Blubaugh has a comment that might be helpful as well.
Unfortunately, I've gone to the people in Topeka too on that, and they keep telling me we aren't in control of the appraiser in the county. That comes under the council here. So they're back and forth without. Before
Commissioner Blubaugh says anything, I promise you, if it was under our control, the damn thing would have been fixed. Okay. I can assure you that.
And I appreciate that, but I think it's just totally ridiculous how the political ball gets passed back and forth without any
we agree.
Sincerity.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your comments. I can't argue with one thing you said today. I appreciate it if you'd reach out to me directly after the meeting. I've fallen victim the same way you have. The last 5 years, my properties went up 77%. You go through the appeal process. There's no real check and balance. We're going to collectively do a lot on our legislative platform to try to move things forward. But I think the first thing we can do is ensure that we do have a check and balance, because there's a lot of people that are undervalued out there. A ton of people, a ton of big commercial properties are well undervalued. However, the folks like you that end up getting overvalued, you get overshadowed by that, and we need to ensure that we have a process that we're using tools to ensure that you are not overvalued and you're not paying more taxes, and we're not doing that today. We need to do better, and we're going to continue to do that.
Okay. Commissioner Howe.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Don't go away yet. Sir,
Don't go away yet.
Excuse me.
Sorry, you poked me a little bit, and I want to say a few things.
Okay.
Thank you. I love the fact that you're here today, and you have some data. I think your data is fantastic. So good job on bringing data to the table today. I would love to I know we'll get a copy of that in my hands through staff. So thank you for that. You mentioned a couple of things I just wanted to point out. If we had a perfect appraiser, if he was perfect, and of course he's human and his staff is human, and we allow some some variation based on the fact that they're human. If we had a perfect system, though, if you could know for sure what the market value of every property was, that is the way that taxes should be apportioned to fund the government, if you will.
Correct.
You have an apportionment of the burden of government. It's based on this system of appraisal. And there is a subjective portion of that we know is subject to error, and that's the problem. As you've already stated, there's a lot of folks out there that actually have undervalue appraisals. Then we hear loudly those that have an overvaluation. And the reason they're speaking up is because they're actually victims, I think, of a system, a subjective system. And I have some strong language I can use here that says when you take someone's property unjustly, it's a violation of the Constitution, as you already said.
Yes.
You take their property without their consent, without just cause, without due compensation. That's a violation of the Constitution. It's their property. You're taking it to fund government that should be borne by someone else. So the fact the system has inequities built into it is a problem. And I'll tell you right now, if you take the averages of all the property appraisals, I'll use housing as my example. Take all the housing that's out there and you look at the actual sales prices for every property in Sedgwick County. I've got numerous charts on this I'd love to share with you. The averages are, we tend to undervalue properties on average, but within that data, there are some real victims in there because they may be overvalued by 10, 20, 30, 40%. Right. And that's the ones we hear from because they're victims paying a higher burden of government than they should. It's not fair to them. So one of the things I think that especially Commissioner Blubaugh and I are working on is a whole package of reform for how appraisals are done in Kansas. There are things we can do. We have a pretty long list. I won't go into it right now, but there's a lot of things we can do that will address the inaccuracies, and that's, I think, the number one problem of the appraiser's office is inaccuracies. And as Chairman already stated, when we addressed this with the director of PVD, Property Valuation Division, it's a state office. They turned their back to that and said, no, that's a county problem. You guys can take care of this. We don't have the authority. We've talked to our legal people. We don't have authority to do anything. We can't tell them how to do their jobs. And so we're in an impasse right now. We don't have the authority, in my opinion, our legal's opinion. We can't fix this problem, and yet the state chooses not to do that. So I think that the problem is a state-level issue. The problem is a real issue, and you're absolutely right about that. We have got to address this. And what we really want in all this issue of property tax dollars, we want a fair system that apportions taxes to everyone in a fair manner. Right. And that's really what we want. We also want to have, on our side of the equation, a system that doesn't waste your money, that spends money on things that you don't value, you don't see. We should not be spending money on things that are wasteful. So we want to make sure we're efficient, we're effective, we're focused on core functions of government, and the system to get those dollars from the people is a fairer system. And unfortunately, it has broken down right there. And no offense to anybody involved in the appraiser's office, they're doing the best they can. But the tools they have may not be good. And I think there may be some underlying issues of maybe motivation to, in fact, we actually had an appraiser actually even stated this in a meeting not too long ago. There was an intentional effort to lower property taxes to avoid the appeals processes. I think the number one problem we have appeals processes, we have a large number of people who are overvalued, and they are causes, if you will, a desire by the appraiser's office to reduce that amount of response. And the way they do that is they want to kind of lower values on everybody, thinking that's going to solve the problem. When really the problem is the error band is just too wide. So with that, I guess I don't have a question. I have more just a lot of comments. I just want to say I love the fact that you're here today, and I completely agree with everything you said.
One thing I would like to point out, one property is sold in the subdivision last year in 2024 is the highest selling price of any property that's ever occurred in the subdivision, and the county's appraised value for 2025 is below the selling price.
Yeah.
Okay, not only that property had the highest CDU rating, and they lowered it in 2025. Okay, I will find objection with how the appraiser office handles everything. Let me tell you what happened to me. I brought up the fact that the drawing for my property is incorrect. The county changed it last year, okay, and made it effective in 2025. And in doing it, the drawing is incorrect. And the county, I have an appeal tomorrow, okay, online through the Board of Tax
Appeals, BOTA.
Yes, the second appeal and so forth like that. And the county's blaming it on me. I told them you can send out an appraiser to actually measure my house, which I objected to the basement, finished basement, when I purchased the property. They finally, after 3 years, sent an appraiser out from the county at no charge to me. He remeasured the basement and submitted it. They corrected it. And this year, the county changing the drawing of my house reduced the dimensions in my basement, which were measured by a county appraiser. Okay, totally, if you ask me, is illegal. Okay, so they don't even look at their own records.
Yeah. Just one more follow-up. I think the CDU information should be public. You talked about it wasn't able to get the details on how CDU is done. I just want to know that is a publicly available information. Our interim appraiser is nodding yes. So we want to make sure that that data is available to you. You said you couldn't get it. They wouldn't provide it.
They told me it was illegal.
Well, that's not true. And we're going to make sure that you get a copy of that. Second of all, this idea that the appraiser ought to be able to validate the details of your property, that should be available to everybody. If there's mistakes in the property description, we have to be able to find a way to resolve those facts. And so I'm glad you were able to get that done. And then thirdly, just want to say that the entire system of property taxes is based on the Kansas Constitution. Article 11, Section 1, it states so clearly here, the legislature shall pass and provide for a uniform and equal basis for valuation and a rate of taxation that all properties are subject to taxation. So the key words there are uniform and equal.
Correct.
And so when you see these errors that essentially creates, if you will, someone doesn't pay their fair share and someone else is overpaying their taxes because someone else is not paying, this inequity is the problem. And I just want to say, I completely hear you. I want to make sure you get the data you need, and your last comments were excellent as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Wise?
I won't repeat too much, but I want to thank you. You are very well researched. We've communicated on emails. You provided water to me on a really hot day, knocking your door. Right. So I wanted to just recognize that I know who you are. I think you have a board of commissioners that understand what you're going through, and with what power we have, we're trying to work through how we can encourage a better job. So,
I've gone to the legislation for the state, and they don't seem to be very interested in making any corrections in the system and so forth like that. And like I said, you get dishonest answers from some of the various departments at the state level too.
You have a ton of documentation as well, and I think that you have shared it with, did you share it with each of us earlier this year? Okay. So just wanted to put the puzzle pieces together for my colleagues up here. So Bob, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Grateful for you. Okay, we're still in the public hearing for the revenue neutral rate. Remember, the budget is coming later. You'll have a public hearing for that as well. So if you want to talk about the revenue neutral rate, you're welcome to come to the podium. Hey, good to see you again.
Tim Garut again, 2010 North Tealbrook, Wichita, 67235.
Welcome back.
I just want to comment. I was able to get my evaluation lowered. I just got all the documentation. My issue turned out to be the steps because, we don't do this very often. So I actually got to like step 3 or 4, and by the time I got there, I found out if I'd have done something a little bit different, I could have got it all resolved in step 1. Mm-hmm. So maybe they could come up with a checklist of saying, here's what you need to do. Because if I'd have known that, I didn't know who to talk to exactly, who to give information to, how to back it up. And so, like I say, everything could have been done in step 1, but I didn't know that. So it went to step 4 before we figured out what to do, and then they lowered it. So, anyway.
Well, thank you for that feedback. We have people in the room from the appraiser's office. We'll take that note, and then we'll have that discussion. Okay. Public hearing on revenue neutral rate. You're welcome to join us. You just give a name and address for the record. County clerk will give you 5 minutes. Good morning.
Thank you. I'm Bruce Olson, 12510 East Meadow Drive, 67206. I did want to speak to you about the appeals process for the appraisals. Our property tax has gone up nearly 30% over the last couple of years. And we did go through the appeals process this year. We were flatly denied, and they didn't come out to take a look. We sent in the paperwork. We sent in, we pulled, with the help of our realtor, sales prices for homes in our area, and then we pulled the appraised values of those homes. And very consistently across the board in our neighborhood, every home that had sold or tried to be sold, the appraised value was 40% over what the sale value was. And there were many homes that were not able to be sold even at 40 or 50% less than the appraised value. And we tried to go through this second appeals process, and it's unclear if they're going to accept it or not, even to get to the second appeals process. So we also looked at some homes in adjacent neighborhoods, much larger homes, larger properties, on golf courses, and many of those appraisals were far below what our homes were, even though the homes were larger. Sure. So it seems very unequal. Yeah. I will not use the word equity. I think that's an inaccurate term. It just seems very unequal. And I appreciate all that you folks are doing to try to address this. But I keep hearing, we'll do this. No, they say they can't do that. Who do we appeal to get a resolution to this? Because this is very frustrating.
Yes, indeed. Commissioner Bluebow.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come in here. You've heard some of my comments today. We really need, as part of the legislative agenda, some kind of property tax bill of rights, something to where you don't feel defenseless. You feel like you have the tools to be able to go in there and make an accurate appeal and deserve a fair decision. So you can reach out to me as well. This commission will continue to work forward on this. Everybody's on board. So thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much for your feedback. Grateful for it. Okay. Any additional individuals that would like to provide testimony during the public hearing for the revenue neutral rate? We're still on revenue neutral rate. Item F. Okay. Last call for any individuals that would like to provide testimony in the public hearing. Okay, seeing none, the board has now heard from interested taxpayers on Sedgwick County's proposal to levy a property tax for its 2026 budget in excess of the revenue neutral rate. Any comments or questions from the commissioners regarding this matter? Okay, Commissioner Bluebow.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to echo some of my points that I discussed earlier, that, this is 11 years on the city council, 11 budgets, 2 on the Goddard School Board. I've never voted to pass the revenue neutral point before. However, seeing what I've observed with the county, the lean operation, and how our dollars directly affect public safety, I'm willing to go forward and pass it one time.
Okay. Appreciate that. Other comments? Commissioner Howe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I would, I guess, argue that any government that is able to stay under the revenue neutral rate, one of several things must be true. Either they have a lot of ending balance, which means they've overtaxed people in the past and they're using ending balance or deficit spending to run their budgets, or their employees have no raise, or they're cutting services. There is really no other way to explain that. I would argue that Sedgwick County is a very lean organization. We don't have a lot of money saved up. We want to make sure the employees get a raise this year. In this budget is planned a 4% increase in their salaries. And we know that inflation is about 3.5%. So to live under last year's tax levy and not cut services, it mandates that we must increase the property tax levy somewhat to provide for the salary increase, to reflect, if you will, a reality of the cost of goods and services, things like utilities, vehicles, inmate food, on it goes. The cost of all the things we do in Sedgwick County, the commodities we purchase, have gone up in cost, just like your personal budget. We're not exempt from the very same things. And so I don't know if there's any way to live under last year's tax levy. Even if you did, what about the year after that? It's like drawing a line in the sand saying, I will never raise property tax dollars above some previous year's threshold. As much as we would love to do that, how do we provide services and take care of our staff if we don't pivot, if you will, on the economy's reality year over year? So as much as I don't like this, I think that the law that actually created this is Senate Bill 13. It was passed in 2019. So you go back, I think 2020 was the first year we had to vote on this, I believe. 2021 maybe. So this is like the fourth year we've had this type of a vote. And before 2021, I think it is, 2020 or 2021, we never had to vote on this type of a resolution. And again, I think it's flawed legislation. If you look at all of the large municipalities in the state of Kansas that are like Sedgwick County, they've all exceeded the revenue neutral rate. What you'll find is townships, improvement districts, drainage districts, library districts, things like that that tend to not exceed the revenue neutral rate. And there'll be some people that talk about the hundreds, if you will, of governing bodies that did not exceed the revenue neutral rate. My comments I made earlier about them using ending balance or overtaxing the people or having deficit spending or cutting services, that does apply. And again, if we're going to be well managed, we're very efficient. We don't overtax the people. We don't deficit spend, and we stay lean as possible and stay focused on core functions of government. There is no real decision to be made here. I can't think of any time in the past where Sedgwick County or really any similar municipality in the state of Kansas has not seen some type of adjustment in the mill levy. And I use the word the tax levy. The dollars will tend to go up over time. Even when we were in a recession, we were able to hold the line a couple of years during the recession back about a decade ago. But what happened after that, we recovered, and the numbers just start trending upward. So it's just like it's like everything else in the economy. The inflation factors are real, and they impact us just like they impact you. So with that in mind, Senate Bill 13 is a flawed piece of legislation. And I think one of our things we need to do is address maybe a better way to do this in the future. I will support the resolution today because I don't think it's responsible to think I'm going to cut $15 million out of this budget. I don't think that's possible this year. So with that, I'll be supporting the resolution.
Thank you. The number to not exceed revenue neutral rate would be $17.2 million we would have to cut. I would just say before I call for a motion here that we have 3,000 employees at Sedgwick County government, 46 departments doing public safety, public health, public works, cultural arts, a lot of different things that we do. I think the constituents understand that government in that size of government year over year might have to have some level of growth to perform the services that we're doing, particularly because public safety inputs are growing in this community significantly. The question, which we're going to get to in the next item then, is how much is acceptable growth for government? How much can the people sustain for acceptable growth in their government? And that's something that we take very serious at Sedgwick County government. We're 20 to 25% of the property tax bill. And I think what people are going to see here next is that we care very deeply about measuring and restricting and containing the growth of government. So with that being said, on the revenue neutral hearing, I move that the Board of County Commissioners adopts the resolution to approve exceeding the revenue neutral rate for the 2026 budget. Second. We have a motion and we have a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye. Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay. Resolution's been approved by a vote of 5-0. With that action being taken, I will now close the public hearing. And I make a motion to receive and file comments made during public hearing. Second. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh. Aye. Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay. That particular item on revenue neutral rate is finalized. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item G, public hearing regarding the 2026 Sedgwick County budget.
Hey, Tom.
Good morning again, Chairman and Commission. Tom Stills, County Manager. This morning is the second public hearing for the 2026 recommended budget. Sedgwick County's recommended operating budget totals $593,553,400. This budget will be supported by a property tax levy of $210,524,468, which is approximately equivalent to 27.881 mils based on the estimated assessed valuation and subject to technical adjustment. I recommend you allow interested taxpayers an opportunity to present oral testimony, receive public comment, close the public hearing once it is over, and receive and file.
Okay, Tom, thank you. Discussion of the recommended budget. We're working to pass an adopted budget. In order to do that, we want to hear from the public. So I am officially opening the public hearing regarding the Sedgwick County's proposed 2026 budget. Please note that if you wish to provide oral testimony on Sedgwick County's proposed 2026 budget, this is your opportunity to provide public comments. Each speaker shall be afforded 5 minutes to provide those comments. If you'd like to speak on the 2026 budget, we welcome you to the podium now. Well, hello, Faith.
I was number 7, but I guess the other 6 people left.
They've spoken, yeah.
So I guess I would kind of echo some of the things I've said previous times that I've come in. If we can draft a letter to change federal law to sell public parks, then we can take action on reclaiming some of the WSU mill levy, because again, that's just a simple decision that the county commission can make to put that back in the hands of Wichita. If we can have no term limits for our county commission, then I believe they should be able to take the time and energy to meet with other taxing entities to start coming up with real solutions. Even though we don't have housing in the county, we, Wichita and all Derby and all of these other entities do. 25% of the budget is still 25% of the budget. Right. I have looked through the budget pretty closely, and I think that staff has done everything they can to run, a good piece of steak lean. I don't know that I couldn't find things to cut, and I'm deeply unsatisfied with, again, the fact that our services continue to go down and our taxes keep going up. And I would just encourage the county commission to, again, pull the trigger on not paying rent to the Ruffin building anymore. Use your simple majority to draft a letter to get us out of paying on, obviously we have to pay our debt to bond service, but getting out of, $10 million that we could definitely use to some of these services. And again, even though our property taxes are being used, I do believe that there's equity that can be found. Some of us I heard comment earlier in the day, I'm happy if my taxes go up because I can afford that. And, he meant that. And there's a lot of people that can't afford it. So if we point the finger and say it's the state, and then the state points it back and says it's a county, and the city's pointing at the school, and the school's pointing at the county, I think residents of Sedgwick County are tired of that, and we need our electeds to do what they have to do to work across party lines, to work across taxing entities, and start doing real action. For this specific budget, I looked and I really can't find anything else that we can trim or cut. Maybe some of the 911 positions, and that's only because of the training it takes to do so many at once. I think we could maybe spread that out to another year. But otherwise, I really appreciate staff taking the time to do everything they can to use our property tax dollars wisely. And I would encourage us, again, not to sell off public land without any data that shows that people don't use it.
Thank you, Faith. Ted, some comments. Commissioner Meinster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Faith, good to see you. I do admire all your homework that you do. A couple of things, clarification. You referenced public land that we're selling.
That you would like to sell.
Okay. This item will come up shortly. What we're asking is that an incredibly restrictive Land and Water Conservation Fund Act encumbrances that 650 acres, which severely limits us to a lot of activities to even consider. But we're not saying we're selling it. We are saying we want this encumbrance, incredibly restrictive covenants off of that property. That's all we're asking for. So your assumption and others that we are selling it right away, it's not even in the books or the thought process. We can't entertain any inquiries about that land that have anything to do with improving it or doing anything with even a piece of it without this encumbrance lifted. That's all we're asking for. And I'm sorry that it's developed into something that people assume. It is 650 acres. I've got letters from 2 citizens that admit that they use it, but they're the only ones that ever use it. We have 650 acres out there that have sat there since whatever I can find the year of unused land. It's an unused and undeveloped asset that the county owns. So if you feel that we should keep the 650 acres and as it is, then that's fine. I'll represent that. So all I want to do is clarify that part. And I'm a little offended when you say a couple of times today, I had to write it down, services continue to go down. What we've done with EMS and 911 and the sheriff's department and the court system in the last 2 to 3 years, I don't know how I will never be able to say your service, public service, has gone down, because we've spent a lot of time and money and investment in those services. So maybe you can say services are not going as good as you would hope that they would go. But to make a broad statement that they've gone down more than once this morning is not accurate from my perspective. So I just wanted to clarify those 2 items.
Okay, well, I thank you. Again, that was on the consent agenda, so there's no public statement that could be done. There's no public hearing, so maybe remove that from the consent agenda and put it in a later so you can receive public hearing, and maybe you might hear from 2 more people. And I'm sorry that you're offended, but when I see Oaklawn cut in half services, I know that we're doing great work, but we're also getting less for more taxes.
Thank you, Faith. Appreciate your feedback. Public hearing still open? Shane, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Shane Carter, 5421 Lambsdale, Executive Director of the Kansas African American Museum. First off, I just want to thank you guys at Sedgwick County for your support. Very grateful for the commissioners coming over and greeting me and taking a tour. It was really a nice time to be able to get together and explain our vision there. Another thing I'd like to highlight is our strong leadership of our board of directors. I have Shayla Franklin here with us today, our treasurer. Kay Monk Morgan had to leave, and we're just very thankful for the support of our board of directors. One of the things I'd like to highlight is obviously we've been able to maintain the current space where we're at, and we're very thankful for that as our programs continue to grow, not only outreach but continued partnerships. We're very, very grateful not only for the support of Sedgwick County but the other partnerships we have throughout the city of Wichita. I'd like to focus on our current programming as we continue to expand. We've been able to have a huge outreach throughout the county. Most recently, some of our outreach in terms of programming has even drawn in folks from Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and Kansas City. This past Saturday, I was able to work, which was awesome, and we had, I think, around 26 attendees, all of them from out of state, that were drawn into our current space. So we're very grateful, not only for those folks that have traveled, but they're able to find us in our current location. Our collaborative work with Gordon Parks, Art Partners, USD 259, as well as the other rural school districts, and a recent visit we had out to Augusta, as well as the Valley Center kids. We're continuing to expand our outreach, and we're looking forward to continue to grow that as we move to 201 North Main Street. Our numbers and relevance with programming as well as visitation continues to grow, and we continue to be very prevalent on the amount of traffic. Even without Sunflower Summer, we continue to extend and expand the number of people we're able to reach. Our Senior Wednesdays continue to grow and become one of our popular programs with a large attendance and numbers. And the requests for off-site programming in relation to local history, as well as the History Trail, continue to increase with various different constituent groups. As you guys know, naturally with funding cuts as far as decrease in our funding, I understand that there's certain things that have to happen, but we rely upon the funding from Sedgwick County very much so. We know that you guys believe in what we do, and it shows in your support, and we're thankful for that. And we want to obviously continue to work well together and continue our partnership. And I just want to today thank you for your funding and have you understand how critical it is to our budget. Operating with a $460,000 budget in terms of expenses, you guys have about a 25% of our, as far as our operating income in terms of what we rely upon. So just know that that's very much so a lifeline of our organization and something that without your support we cannot do. So grateful for the opportunity to talk today. I know there's other organizations that are very much so critical and important to Sedgwick County, but what we do, the work we do is important. It's multi-generational and it's impactful, and we're looking forward to building a cultural hub at 201 North Main Street so that we can continue to impact people within this area and throughout the state of Kansas. So I appreciate the opportunity. I look forward to working together closely. If I can ever be of any assistance or any questions you have for me, please let me know, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Very well said, Shane. Commissioner Blueball.
Shane, thank you very much for taking time to give us a tour. Really opened my eyes up, and it opened my eyes up to why the board hired you, because it's an operation that doesn't have a lot of funding, and your skills not only with enhancing the museum, but your property management skills, and you know how to do things on a shoestring budget and still make it nice and make it work for the public. So just appreciated the tour, getting to know you, and I'm excited to see how you go forward.
Yeah, Shane, I just want to say welcome to Wichita. You're now the executive director at TCAM, and you've been here for just a few months. You've hit the ground running. For the public's awareness, TCAM currently operates in a Sedgwick County building, but you have a capital campaign to where you'll be moving to a new location. It's wonderful. I've been tracking it, following it. You guys have kept us updated what's going on there. We're really thrilled, really excited about what you're doing. And I want you to know a couple things. Number one, that what TCAM does for this community is very important. It's very important, and we deeply appreciate what you do at the museum and the programming you're doing and the programming you intend to do long into the future. The second thing is when we talk about Exploration Place and Interest Bank Arena and Sedgwick County Zoo and organizations that are operating within county assets, and we talk about, hey, how do we protect their funding long-term away from property taxes onto another stream of revenue, and what does this look like because they're important to this community? I need you to know that TCAM's in that conversation, that it is in the conversation here at the county, that we understand the value that TCAM has for this community, and we're grateful for that. So welcome to Wichita. We're really encouraged to have you here. We're excited about the leadership you're going to have, and thank you for coming to share this morning in public comment.
I appreciate it, and thank you, Commissioner Beatty, for continuing to be a cheerleader for us, and we look forward to working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Okay, we're still in the public hearing for the 2026 budget. Would anybody like to provide any testimony and address the commission? Okay, well, last call. Any additional individuals that would like to provide testimony? Commissioner Howe?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, I know she's not standing here at this point, so that's fine. I just want to respond to the final part of your comments and discussion with Ms. Faith Martin. I just wanted to say I love the sheet that staff has provided to us, and to the argument that we are not providing services, that our taxes have gone up and we're not essentially delivering services. And she has a copy of this. I've given this to her in the past. But this sheet shows 17 years worth of numbers, so changes over 16 years. We want to think of it that way. And I'd like to just read a few of these because I know this is a little bit wonkish, but I think it's important for people to understand how efficient Sedgwick County is. And this actually precedes me. This goes back to 2008, and so I can't say that I've been responsible for all of this, but we have some staff here today that have been here this entire time. They've done a great job, I think, of bringing Sedgwick County to a very efficient position. But just think about this. The assessed value for this community has gone up 60.2%. over the last 16 years. The home values have also gone up the home values have gone up 80.1%. The total tax rate has gone up 48.2%. And I'm talking about for Sedgwick County's tax rate has gone up 48.2%. Now think about it. Home value has gone up 80.1 and the assessed value went up 60.2, but the tax rate went up 48.2%. So that's a reduction, if you will. The mill levy rate has gone down 7.5%. And I think today we're going to make some changes to this budget. I hope we will. We're going to see that go down quite a bit more. This doesn't capture changes we made last year. This has not been updated for 2025 yet. You go on down, the number of FTEs or full-time equivalent employees we've had has actually only gone up 0.6%. If you want to do the math on that, not counting last year's addition, I think we added about 10 last year, but we've added a total of about 12 FTEs over 16 years. And end to end over the 16 years, an addition of about 12 full-time equivalent staff members. The salary for our staff on average has gone up 54.3%. So again, think about this. The consumer price index, I should have mentioned a minute ago, went up 42.2%. Utility costs have gone up 38%. Elections costs have gone up 63%. The sheriff's costs have gone up 73%. Interestingly enough, we have 16 agencies we operate on behalf of the state of Kansas. The support for those from the state has the cost of those running those agencies has gone up 33%, and the state support for those agencies has gone down 18.4%. That's a total. If you add those together, that's 51.4%. In other words, we're responsible for 51% of state agencies that we have to do on behalf of the state of Kansas. Their support has gone down, and the cost of running those agencies has gone up. And you think about this, the price of government actually, the price of government's actually gone down by 8% over that same time frame. And I'm talking about Sedgwick County government specifically. So at the end of the day, the only way these trend lines can be that way is if we have honed in on efficiencies and become more efficient. And again, I would say we've delivered the same or better services with about the same number of people. Their salaries have not kept up with inflation. Yet we're providing more services. And so, we have honed in on core functions of government. We've become more efficient. And I would say we're providing as good of services or better services than we have over the entire period of time. That just reflects, if you will, good leadership, not by commissioners necessarily, but by our staff. They've done a great job, if you will, bringing the county to a very efficient model. Our debt loads are actually low compared to other municipalities. We are the second lowest mill levy in the state of Kansas as a county out of 105 counties. And so by every measurement I can think of, Sedgwick County really is a great organization in terms of how to run county government and do a very good job. Not to toot our own horn, but to really give that credit to our staff. They've done a tremendous job of bringing Sedgwick County to a very efficient level, and I'm very proud of them. I want to just make sure that we reflect on, if you will, what's good about Sedgwick County. Could we be more efficient? Could we be actually better? Of course we can, and we're always looking for opportunities. But if you want to give us a grade level, I think we're A. We may not be an A+, but we're certainly an A. We're doing a pretty good job, I think, as a county government. Not to make us feel good, but to let the community know we're not wasting your money, and our staff know they're doing a tremendous job. So I just want to make sure that people understand that. Thank you so much, Chairman.
Okay. Last call. Any individuals that would like to provide testimony in the public hearing on 2026 budget? Okay, seeing none, the board has now heard from interested taxpayers regarding Sedgwick County's proposed 2026 budget. I'll now close the public hearing, and I make a motion to receive and file comments made during public hearing.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubow. Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, that item is now finalized. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item H, adoption of the 2026 Sedgwick County budget and the capital improvement program.
Okay, now this is where we have, let me get caught up here on my pages. It's where we have some fun. Tom, why don't you start us off and then we'll go from there.
Sure. So, Chairman, we're to the point in the discussion now where on July 9th, we presented a recommended budget to the Commission, and we said at the time that was the 98% budget, and the last 1 or 2% would be up to the Commission, up to the people. After time, during this month and a half or so, you've talked to many constituents. We'd have many meetings. You've talked to staff a lot. And we're at the point in the meeting now where it is time to make that final 1 or 2% adjustment. I know that commissioners have some ideas. The A team is at the podium. We're ready for conversation and discussion, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Let me first say Lindsay, CFO, Lorian, our budget director, is here at the podium. They're going to pull up a spreadsheet where we're going to move and make reductions or pass a recommended budget. Pass the recommended budget is adopted, or we're going to make adjustments to that recommended budget. So there are a lot. Let me just start by saying a couple things. Number one, there are several items that the commissioners have found some indirect agreement on that they want to make adjustments in this budget. There are multiple motions that are going to come today. I think Commissioner Howell and I have found 3 specific items, and I think the commissioners largely agree that they want to be addressed. So I'll start with those 3 items. I'm not going to make a motion. I won't make my motion yet because I know there will be discussion on it. But there are 3 areas that I want to make reductions in this budget. The first is to eliminate 1 accreditation manager position for 911. And I will combine these 3 into one motion. The reason for this is just simply the order of priority. We are making a significant investment into 911. In fact, I will tell you that I think this is a legacy 911 to separate the dichotic. They're getting hearing from the caller on one end and listening to first responders in the other, separating that between call takers and dispatchers, doing things for 911, who is the front door of all public safety in this community, modernizing that department in a way. It's significant investment that's coming. As we looked at all the investments that we're looking to make, when I see this, I think that we might be able to push back the accreditation manager to a future budget year. That way we can focus on primarily the 20 FTE request that's coming from the department. So I'm going to include in my motion an elimination of that accreditation manager position for 911. Based on the action we took earlier with a contract amendment to expiration place, right now in the recommended budget, there is roughly $1.9 million that is moving towards, that is allotted in the recommended budget for expiration place. Based on the previous action, we need to make that adjustment in the budget, and that will reduce about $1.7 million of that. We still have the director still works for Sedgwick County government. He's still funded through Sedgwick County government, and that remains in the budget, but the operational cash will be removed from years 2026. That's what we're dealing with today, and it will also be removed in 2027 as well, but we need to take that action in the budget today. The other item that we'll have some discussion on is regarding the auto license fund. If you've hung around a commission meeting long enough, you have heard this topic come up frequently, that the tag office functions for our treasurer. The tag office is a function of the state. This is something that we do and manage on behalf of the state. It's a fee-funded department, and what has evolved over the course of the last few years is that the fees that go into providing the revenue for that department are not matching the expenditures in that department. So what we've had to do, and Sedgwick County was one of the last counties in the entire state to have to do this, is we've had to take local property tax dollars as a subsidy to the tag fund to make sure that the operations in the tag office can maintain. This is a state function, and yet we're using local property tax dollars to subsidize that function because what the state is providing in fee structure is not matching the expenditures. So we're out of balance. And I think what the commission and our treasurer has said loudly, and we've advocated loudly for, is that we do not think local property tax dollars should be subsidizing on that level the tag office, which is a state function. In 2026 budget, we are looking at estimated roughly $900,000 of local property tax dollars that will have to subsidize the tag office, which is a state function. We are working with the state. I have taken our county treasurer, and we've had direct meetings with the Senate President. We've met with the Speaker of the House. They are all attentive. They all understand the challenges. And while they tell us that they don't want us to overuse and be over-dependent on property taxes, some of the state issues that we're running into in the tag office are requiring us to use and subsidize local property tax dollars if we want to maintain that same level of service. And that's the balance that we're talking about today. How do we balance services with the cost of those services, particularly in property tax dollars? How do we balance that? I will tell you that I think that this budget and what we're working towards, it does an exceptional job at that balance. Every metric we measure in staffing and outputs, call response times, all of the things that we measured are exceptional. The trajectory is exceptional. We are doing a good job in these things, and yet we found balance to lower the property tax mill levy to perform these services. This is a challenge. So what I am going to motion today, and I'm going to ask for support today, is instead of subsidizing the $900,000 of property tax dollars, that we'll reduce that by roughly 50%, and that we will cap what we're going to subsidize in property tax dollars to $500,000. It's roughly 50% of the property tax subsidy. I'm doing that because I believe that we have to maintain some level of services. This is cutting services. This is taking it down to the studs in that office while we work with the state to try to change the fee structure. Instead of doing all $900,000, working with the treasurer, talking with the treasurer, visiting with some of the people in finance, I believe that we can limit that to $500,000 and still maintain some level of services to this community that are demanding services so that they don't have lines around the building at the tag office while we work with the state on this. So those are the three things that I want to discuss, and I'll combine that into one motion. I won't make that motion right now, but those are the three things that I want to invite some comment, and I know there will be some discussion on this, but those are the three things I would combine in one motion. If my motion passes, it'll be a reduction of 1.148 mils in the 2025 adopted budget. It will reduce the county, the expenditure budget total by $2.28 million. That's a significant reduction in the recommended budget. It's a significant mill levy reduction. 8.6% available. The manager's recommended 5.5%. With just this motion alone, it would reduce what we are capturing to 4.3%. That's a significant reduction in our budget. So those are the three things I'm going to combine into one motion. I would welcome feedback and discussion from the commission. Commissioner Meister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's been a lot of discussion publicly and some privately, but I think you've articulated a really solid approach to this, which exceeds the manager and the staff. Thank you. You knew that from February when we first started this, we wanted to not capture all 8.6% of anticipated growth, and we gave you a goal of 5 to 5.5. You presented a budget that was capturing 5.5% of that growth instead of the full 8.6, and that was fantastic in its original state. And I think we were able to through a lot of work and discussion and actually cooperation with departments and analysis, I think these three items will have a significant impact on still taking care of services, public services, and a mill levy reduction. So anyway, I am very supportive. I'm glad, and I'm willing to hear more discussion, but I am very happy. Thank you for articulating, Mr. Chairman, the reasoning and the background on all three of these items. Thank you.
Very good. Appreciate that. Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with most of what you said, and I would be supportive of a motion generally in that direction. However, let me ask Lindsay a question since you're right there. What's the 2025 budget provide for the auto license fund in terms of property tax dollars?
Right now, the estimate is $650,000.
Do you know what the number was prior to that?
It was slightly greater. I think it was $690,000 when we actually adopted the budget last year.
Right.
If nothing changes, what do you think it'll be next year?
$951,000.
I mean, the year after that, not 26 budget, but the 2027 budget. I mean, we're seeing an escalation, if you will, of about, let's just say, 50% from 24 and 25 over to 26 is about a 50% increase. So again, it may not be that much. If it's just another $300,000, $400,000, it probably, I guess, maybe 1.2 or 1.3 million.
Actually, what's being projected right now is $940,000. I think because of some adjustment, one-time costs that were happening in 2026 that aren't happening in 2027. But then by the end of the forecast period, by 2030, it's estimated to be $1.789 million.
And that's my problem. I would say this, that I think to send the strongest message to the legislature. Now, they can do a couple of things. They could subsidize this, like the county is being forced to subsidize this. Or they could adjust the fee, allow the fees to be adjusted. They can change the cap if they want to. If I understand correctly, by talking with the treasurer, they've not allowed that fee change to happen in over 50 years. So 50 years they've had this cap in place. In the last number of years, every single county in the state of Kansas has had to use property tax dollars to subsidize their tag the auto license fund for the tag offices across the state of Kansas. I read just a minute ago about state mandated offices, how support for those has gone down and the costs have gone up. Well, the employees making more today than they did 10 years ago, right? I think I would probably guess that the number of transactions has actually gone up as well. So the amount of work that's gone up and the cost of the service has gone up. And fees are designed. You say, what's the difference from a fee to a tax? Fees are designed to cover the cost of government for the amount of government you're consuming in that transaction, if you will. It's not intended to be a way to fund government. Having said that, there has been a modernization fee on the books for more than 10 years, maybe 15 years. The state of Kansas has levied a modernization fee which continues to fund the state of Kansas. It has unrelated to the tag office. That is like a tax, but it's charged as a fee, and they continue to charge that. Meanwhile, they've capped our ability to adjust the fees as needed to fund this office. And so what happens is that property taxpayers have to pick up the difference. It's offensive to me that someone who's trying to stay in their home, we're worried about property taxes. We're putting the burden of government, people who need to drive their vehicles and have their cars tagged legally, we're putting the cost of that transaction on property taxpayers. I think to send the strongest message to Topeka to get this addressed in the 2026 legislative session, this number needs to be zero. And I'm sorry, but I don't like the idea of $500,000 this year, and we know the future is going to go up and up and up and up. And by the way, we've argued this in the past, but Sedgwick County is a pretty big county. And I think our ability to move legislation is unlike a lot of other counties around us. So by making this number zero, we have the strongest message to Topeka to address this once and for all. The number needs to be zero. And so I would agree with the chairman on what he said, but I would be more in favor of eliminating the fund entirely this year from property tax dollars. And that number is $951,806. So rather than just knocking that down, I don't know if this motion was to $500,000 or knock it down by $500,000, but regardless, my proposal would be to knock that number down to zero so they can go to Topeka and ask them to address this. And I think the urgency to do so is going to be high pressure. If they don't address it, then the tag office will have to respond to make changes, which could result in a different level of staff, or could result in a different number of lines in the offices because there's less staff providing the service. I don't want it to get to that. I think Topeka has said loud and clear, cut property taxes. And they're inconsistent because they're telling us to cut property taxes and to hold the line. I want to get this down. I appreciate the 4.3%. I think it should be down to 4%. And we can get there, but we have to stop spending property tax dollars on stuff that's really not our problem. This is a state problem, and I want to send that message to Topeka. I will advocate as passionately as I possibly can to change the state law. But I can tell you right now, if we don't solve it in the 2026 session, they'll be back next year. And you made some numbers that aren't as high as I thought they were going to be, but they do go up over time. Yeah. And I'm not content to spend what I consider to be nearly $1 million of property tax dollars this year subsidizing the state issue that they've created. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would agree with you on everything, but I want to see this go to zero on that part of the motion.
Commissioner, I appreciate that. And I think we're coming from the same premise, is that we don't believe that property tax dollars should be subsidizing a tag office that is a state function. The cost of going to zero is what I think everybody has to understand, is that the community is looking to this commission to find a balance between property taxation, the cost to run services, and the quality of the services. Taking this to zero will decimate the tag office. It will decimate the functions and the services at the tag office, something that our constituents are required to use. What I'm asking the commission to entertain is to send the strong signal. We're reducing it by upwards of almost 50%, the subsidy that we're going to do, while still maintaining a balance that we can look to our constituents and say, we understand that the service and the quality of the service matters. We're taking this thing down to the studs without burning the house down. I believe very, very clearly, and I'm very confident that we can find a balance to do service and property tax reduction here. And I also believe strongly in the diplomatic approach, that we can get in the room with our state legislators, make them understand what's happening here, and find that appropriate balance. I believe that we can do that. But this community is looking to this commission to say, they're testing our mettle. Can we find property tax reduction with the balance of effective and efficient services? We could all go in here and cut this budget and just cut it to shreds, and we can reduce property taxes overnight. But that will come at the expense of services, and services that are happening in this community, and services that the state says that our constituents have to abide by. So we have a burden of responsibility to have efficient and effective services. What my motion does, and what we're trying to do here, takes this thing down to its studs. Our treasurer has offered me 4 different options of how she can adapt to this, and she has told me that she can maintain a level of service to the community. But if we go deeper than this, she feels like she will have to make significant cuts that will impact significantly the level of service that we're providing to the community. So that's why the motion is where it is, and we get in the room with our state and we work on this together. And again, I've been with the Senate President, I've talked to the Speaker of the House, the Treasurers Association, we have the county, the Association of Counties. Everyone is on board advocating for this, and I believe diplomatically that we can arrive at a solution and demonstrate leadership of how we balance property tax reduction with efficient and effective services. So, Commissioner Blubaugh.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Howell, I'm in complete agreement with. Thank you. Commissioner Howell, I'm in agreement with you, but I am concerned that it's going to come back on the commission whenever, I get emails and text all the time about the tag office, and it's going to come back with us. And I think I would rather go forward with a legislative ask to be reimbursed retroactively for some of these funds or something of that nature, rather than just, cut it down and find out what happens. We know what's going to happen. It's going to come back on the commission, and they're going to be upset with us.
Commissioner Wise.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Blubaugh, you just summed up what I was going to say, but just this morning fielded an email and a call with a constituent that couldn't figure out how to get the tags and the registration, and waiting in lines, and some frustration there. So although my heart and my stance all along has been to make this cut so that we can hold the line on what our property taxes are supporting on the state's behalf, I do think there's some diplomacy, there's some balance that we need to have to make sure that by cutting this, it's not at the expense of all of our residents here, our taxpayers here, that are going to be waiting in line and be affected by reduction of services. So I think that if we can get this settled here today, I would like to see some more movement, some follow-up on some pressure for legislation to have some changes for us to support us in this. So thank you for bringing this up, Chairman, and articulating this change. I appreciate Commissioner Howell's approach, but at this time, I think that we do need to think about the end user, and we probably need to keep a little bit of money there for services.
Okay, appreciate that. Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just say, if we concede to use property taxes this year, I think we destroy our own messaging to the state. I'll say this. I know she was reluctant to do so, but I did speak with our Treasurer Bailey this morning, and again, she's reluctant, but she understands the point.
Yeah.
I don't think she's in the room right now, but she said, I would concede that you're right, the messaging is stronger if we don't provide this funding. I think we destroy our own messaging by providing this funding, that we are willing to do whatever's needed to remove this pain. The state needs to own this. They need to feel the pressure. And by the way, when people call, like Commissioner Blueboss said this morning, or someone said this morning, someone called and talked about how something's not what they want it to be at the tag office today. My standard answer is, I hope your answer is as well, there is an elected official. Their job is to manage and operate that tag office. And what they do and how they do it is a consequence of state law. The county has nothing to do with this. We're getting ourselves involved in something that is not our problem. And people want us to hold the line on property taxes. This is the lowest hanging fruit we have. We have the strongest message. And I don't really want her to lay off anybody and reduce services in January, not at all. What I want her to do is tell the legislature, if they don't respond with a change in policy, that's what's going to happen. And guess who's going to own that? You might say the commissioner's going to own that. I would disagree entirely. The state of Kansas needs to own that. This is their problem. If you want to create the strongest message, the number needs to be zero. I appreciate our treasurer; she does a good job, and I want her staff to get what they need to do their job. In fact, she probably needs more staff. But this is a legislative issue, and I believe with all my heart, the only way to really make this change is to put our foot down and stop trying to solve this problem with property tax dollars. It's not people in this community that are taking on this burden don't deserve to pay for this.
Agreed.
I want to hold the line. So we're going to probably agree to disagree. I'm sure I'll make my motion and probably won't get a second. That's fine. We'll have to just agree to disagree. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, I appreciate that, Commissioner Howe. And again, we agree on the premise. Everyone, and that should be the message from this commission. We all agree on the premise. The question is, can we solve this with our state as partners with the state without trying to leverage the state into this decision? We have a wonderful treasurer. She's doing a wonderful job. I need people that work in our tag office to understand that we're trying to find this balance for them. But I want our constituents to understand that we're trying to find the balance. We do not want to use property tax dollars to solve this problem. And if we get into the 2027 budget and this thing has not been solved and the state has not come to bat to meet this gap, then I can assure you that I think the temperament of this commission is going to be significantly different. Trying to propose an option of creativity to where we can maintain the operations and the services being provided to the community. And I think this is the best approach, where we're reducing the property tax subsidy, we're drawing a line in the sand, and we're trying to work with the state to solve this problem. We do not want this to come at the stake of the end user. The end user does not want to stand in 4-hour lines at the tag office every single day. So this finds a balance for this. This is a balance that I think is measured, and I think it's a balance that does draw the line in the sand. So, Commissioner Howe.
Chairman, one more thing, and our CFO can validate my point here, but there's a difference between doing this through the budget process and doing this through contingency. I didn't really want to state this publicly, but here I am. If we choose not to budget this today, the number is zero, and the state fails to address it, we as a commission can come in at the end of the year without raising taxes right now. The difference is my cut for this one motion would be 0.393 mils. The chairman's motion would be 0.328 mils. Mine's lower. If we want to do what I have suggested, and that for some reason the state does not respond with a solution, we can use contingency funds in this 2026 budget to address the shortfall needed to run this office. I would rather do it that way than budget this on the front end. Let's get it to zero, lower the mill levy rate, and if we cannot get the state to respond, we have a solution that we can put in place to do exactly what you want, Mr. Chairman. That money's available. I don't want to budget it. I want to use it out of ending balance if that was to happen.
Sure. Well, I certainly appreciate that. To me, that feels like semantics, is we're talking about trying to send a loud message to the state while on the other side of our mouth saying, but if you don't do it, we'll just fund it out of ending balance and contingency. We have to balance services with property tax reduction. This does both. This motion reduces the mill levy 1.148 mils. This is a significant property tax reduction and a mill levy reduction that we're having here, and it still maintains a level of service to where the community can depend trained on the service when they walk into the tag office. I think this is an appropriate balance. I'm ready to make a motion, and I'd ask for a second. Okay, so I'll make this motion. Within the county general fund, I move that we reduce the planned taxpayer subsidy to the auto license fund due to inadequate state funding. I repeat, inadequate state funding of its tag operation in the amount of $500,000. I also move that we eliminate the budgeted contractual payment to Expiration Place by $1,700,741 based on the funding agreement amendment approved earlier. And finally, I move that we eliminate 1.0 FTEs, grade 61, accreditation manager position from the emergency communications budget in the amount of $87,979. This would reduce the county general fund expenditure budget by $2,288,720 and one FTE position, and would result in an adjusted property tax levy of $175,248,446 in the general fund. This would reduce the overall county budget to $591,264,680. The overall county property tax levy to $208,049,217, and the overall estimated mill levy rate to 27.553 mills. And that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Comments, Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. That was a lot of words for a motion, and I have the same motion in front of me with a different set of numbers. I would argue this is not semantics. I think it's substantially different. And I'll just say this, that my reduction in property tax levy is greater with my motion than what you just heard. I don't know if I want to go through and read this entire motion. I would just say, I don't know if this is acceptable. I'd like to say, if there's not a second to my desire to lower this down to reduce the state. Reduce the subsidy to the auto license fund by the full amount, then I don't know if I need to read the entire paragraph. So I just want to say, for clarity, I'll read the whole motion, but it'll be a substitute motion to do exactly what you just heard. Some of the numbers are slightly different, but the only substantial difference really is that it's eliminating the entire fund. So I was just going to say it that way. If there is a second, I'd be glad to read the full motion in its entirety. Mr. Chairman, I'll make that second.
Okay.
Substitute.
Appreciate that approach. Any second? The only difference being discussed is just eliminating the entire subsidy to the auto license fund. That's it. Okay, motion fails for lack of second. My motion still exists. There is a second.
Correct, Chairman.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. One pause. Commissioner Howe.
My final comment is this. I support what you're trying to do. I think there's a better way. So as much as it agrees me to say this, I will not vote for that motion because I think there's a better one available. And I'm sorry that we can't agree completely on this. So I will be voting no on your motion only because I believe there's a better motion on that we offered. So again, I agree with your cuts. I just think the number should be higher. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh?
Aye.
Commissioner Wise?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
No.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Chairman Brady?
Aye. Okay. So you have things updated. All my numbers were correct, Lauren?
Correct.
Wow. Thanks for giving me those numbers in advance. Okay, let's continue on. We're in
any problem them raising the $13,000 to do this. Again, fundamentally, I don't have any problem with this getting funded through a sales tax.
Yeah.
That currently does not exist. But I can't support this through property tax. So, Mr. Chairman, I have a motion I would like to read. It just says, I move that we eliminate the $13,300 of funding allocated to the Arts Council in the 2026 recommended budget and reallocate it to the general fund. And along with that, let me just say also, we did eliminate this in the 2016 budget and the 2017 budget. I don't think they saw any difference in this community as a result of that cut. It was cut to zero and then was reestablished. Actually, it was increased in the 2018 budget. It was reestablished and even increased, which shows the political nature of this. It's not that I don't support the arts. I do. I just think it needs to be done through something other than property taxes. So I can't say that enough. So again, my motion stands. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah. I would say, I'll provide comment. I would say that I agree that the arts and cultural arts and other things, that we need to get these off of property tax dollars and onto a sales tax. What I would ask the commission to entertain and Commissioner Howe to entertain is we have a 5% reduction in the recommended budget. We are moving things downward in many of these organizations. There's not really budget impact here. It's $13,000 that we're discussing here. It's the principle, and I agree with the principle in regards with Commissioner Howe as to how we do this. What I would ask the commission to entertain is that there are significant discussions happening right now about how we glide past that. Several conversations. We are now working actively with Lindsay Banaka at the City of Wichita to present a plan that we could do some things collaboratively and to glean from their plan how they do arts funding and how they do cultural arts funding with Botanica and the Art Museum and other things that we can glean from competitive grants, things that they do over there that I think that would be very advantageous for us to understand. What I would ask from the commission is that we make the reductions, we push through the reductions, but that we continue on the glide path so we can have this discussion. I want to be good partners in this, and taking it to zero without any notice to the Arts Council or to some of the other organizations, I don't know if that's good partnership. When we're simultaneously having discussions with them about how we can work better together in the future and off of property tax dollars. So I loudly support the direction that we are heading. What I'm asking is that the commission stays the course to see those conversations through. If this was a big budgetary item that was going to make significant challenges to property taxes and property tax reduction, I'd be one of the first people to say that we need to do this and we need to do it immediately. I think because it's such a small number and this is part of a larger conversation we're happening to get to a resolution that Commissioner Howe will be working closely in to get us off of property taxes onto sales taxes, I would ask that the commission stay the course in that conversation and not take them to zero overnight, and just allow the reductions to push through as we're working on this grand plan. So that's why I would not support the move to zero. I do support reduction. I support the recommended reductions in this. I won't support the move to zero because I'm asking us to continue these conversations as we work on a larger plan. Open to other comments. Okay. Other comments? Commissioner Howe?
I'm not hearing a second. I'm not hearing a second, so if that motion is dead for lack of a second, I have another motion.
Okay. I think that motion fails for lack of a second.
Very good. I should have talked to Lindsay about this one beforehand, but I think it's an easy one. It probably won't pass anyway. I would use the same motion, but this time I'd like to change the number to it'd be a reduction down to $9,256. Is that going to be hard to do?
So based on our conversation yesterday, remember there's two tracks we can go.
Okay.
One track is to actually reduce the overall budget, reduce the corresponding property tax levy and all of that. That's what was completed with the first motion that was passed. The way we have written your other motions, because they do tend to be smaller dollars, is just simply, if this passes, we would move the budget authority from the program into a contingency and reduce the forecast. So unless you all want to take a recess, if these pass and allow us to go upstairs and change the overall budget, this is the methodology we're using for now for these smaller figures.
I want to make it easy, so I would transfer the budget authority to the contingency fund.
That's how it's written within here.
Let me just read this. I would move that we reduce the funding for the Arts Council to $9,256 and allocate the difference.
Did you say $9,256?
$9,256. Okay. Allocate the difference to contingency fund. Let me explain. That's what Wichita provides the Wichita Arts Council in the current year, this year and last year, and projected in, well, I should say 25, 26, and 27 budgets. That's the number that Wichita provides, which is less than what we provide. Again, it's called the Wichita Arts Council. Sedgwick County has 20 cities in it, and I find it odd that we are providing more funding to the Wichita Arts Council than what Wichita itself provides. So this motion is simply to reduce the funding down to the same level that Wichita is providing in their last 2 years' budgets and the proposed budget going forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I see the heart behind the motion. I would just say that Wichita does provide a lot of in-kind services. They provide a building, they provide staff on this as well, and the grants that come from the city and county funding, they provide grants to artists all throughout Sedgwick County. But your motion has credit, and because what you're indicating is that you want the match, the cash match, to be equivalent to what the city of Wichita does, and I appreciate that motion, and I think it's worthy of discussion. Discussion from the bench. We have. Is there that is a motion?
That is a motion. There should be a second.
Okay, Commissioner Wise.
I can appreciate your approach in wanting to match that. I'd be agreeable to that, and I would second your motion.
Okay. Other discussion? We have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. This is to match the funding from Sedgwick County to what the City of Wichita is for the Arts Council. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh?
Aye.
Commissioner Wise?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Chairman Brady?
Aye. Okay, motion passes.
Okay.
Commissioner Howell?
Chairman, thank you for that. And again, you wanted to give them a ramp downward. That's what that would be. It'd be a first year of a ramp downward.
Thank you, sir.
Hope we continue that discussion going forward. My next motion would be to reduce the funding. This is a slight reduction to the Sedgwick County Fair. And the thought behind this one is, again, I think the vast majority of people in Sedgwick County don't even know we have a fair. We have 20 cities. People in my district, I've asked a lot of people, have you ever been to the fair? And it's hard to find someone who has. Again, not that we shouldn't support the fair. I think that other similar counties in Kansas do have some subsidy to the fair. This actually has, if you will, a slight reduction. I believe it's probably 5%. It was in this current year's budget, the number was $27,000. Even the proposed budget is $25,650. And I would just make a motion we would reduce that a little bit more down to $22,000. So I move that we reduce the funding allocated to the Sedgwick County Fair Association from $25,650 down to $22,000 in the 2026 recommended budget and reallocate the difference to the general fund.
Okay, that's a motion. Commissioner Blubaugh.
I was going to make comments, but I guess there's not a second.
Okay. Can I ask, is there a reasoning why there's just how much is a further reduction? I'm sorry, you might have said that, Commissioner. I might have missed it. So that what was funded, the recommended is a 5% cut. What is this incremental?
I did not calculate the percentage, but it's a reduction of $3,650.
Would be 14.2% reduction.
$3,500. Do you mind if I just ask the reasoning behind a $3,500 cut?
Just trying to get a handle on our property taxes. This is the part of our budget that we have discretion over, and trying to get things ramped down. I just think a 5% cut is just it's not substantial enough to actually. I feel like, by the way, doing a 5% cut, you'll never get to zero. My opinion is to do this to around the number is a better way to do this, and I just picked that number because I think they can handle it, and I think that the number of people who enjoy the Sedgwick County Fair is very few. We have 526,000 constituents in this county, and the fair actually provides, if you will, entertainment to people even outside of our county. But the people we serve, that this money comes from, once again, we're using property tax dollars to fund something that, frankly, should not be property tax funded. I want to get them to zero. And, again, I think that in the future, if there's sales tax funds available, I would have no problem with that being a way to fund something like this. But for right now, my goal is to reduce property tax spending. So that's what this is.
Okay. Commissioner Blubaugh.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make a few comments on this point. I don't know how familiar you are with the fair, Commissioner Howell, but it's a lot more than entertainment. It's a livelihood for a majority of the vast area of our county. It's in leadership. It's in teaching kids agricultural skills. It's the foundation of Sedgwick County. So, the folks out there in western Sedgwick County and throughout our rural areas, they pay a lot of dollars in property tax, and they really don't get a lot of the benefits that we do here in the city of Wichita. And I certainly don't see the benefit in axing at $3,500.
Yeah, I would add some comment. Part of what this commission is also discussing, and the resolution is going to likely come in a future meeting, is that we are going to prevent a certain list of cultural arts amenities, including the Sedgwick County Fair, from utilizing property tax dollars, and we're going to put them on our already embedded sales tax that we have. So I think I understand the heart of what you're doing, Commissioner Howell, but I think that we're going to have some action here in the coming weeks that's going to prevent these from using property tax dollars anyhow. And the Sedgwick, we are already reducing the Wichita River Festival to zero, or we will not be participating in the Wichita River Festival on a funding element anymore. But the Sedgwick County Fair is something that I would agree with Commissioner Blueball from someone who goes to the Sedgwick County Fair and the 4-H functions and the ag functions and the community functions. I do think it is important to the community, and I do think we have an invested interest in supporting it. And I think before the end of this year, I think that they will be supported via sales tax dollars and not property tax dollars anyhow. So go ahead, Commissioner.
It sounds like there's not a second, but let me just point out, the Mulvane Old Settlers Parade and Old Settlers Days is happening this weekend. And when you go to that, it feels a whole like it feels like the fair. They have a rodeo, they've got a parade, they've got amusement park, it feels very similar, and they receive no dollars from this fund. So there's an inequity that happens from community to community. Commissioner Blueball just mentioned that people out west pay taxes, and they feel like they should get something for their taxes. Let me tell you, those taxes pay for the sheriff and the election office, and on it goes. They should pay for those things fairly. What I don't see is that we should be using property tax dollars, and you say it's not entertainment, but I can tell you it's not public safety, it's not human services, it's not general government. What is it? In fact, it's in the culture and recreation portion of our budget. So I would disagree. I think this is discretionary. We need to ramp these folks down. Again, there's no second, so let's move on. Is that okay?
Acceptable.
Okay. This one's self-explanatory. I was going to read my motion. I move that we eliminate 3 positions that have been held vacant and unfunded on the county clerk and county register of deeds staffing tables. This will reduce the FTE count in the general fund by 3 positions. Let me go on and say these are unfunded and unfilled positions.
Yeah.
They've been unfunded and unfilled for a number of years. This is cleaning up our staffing table.
Yep. That's a motion. I'll second the motion. We visited with the county clerk, the county treasurer, the register of deeds. They're supportive of this too, reducing the staffing table. I think it's a simple, very pragmatic motion. Commissioner Howe, I appreciate you making it. Any conversation around this? There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Blueball?
No.
Commissioner Wise?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner? Aye. Chairman Beatty?
Aye. Okay, moving on. Commissioner Howell?
This next one is regarding Oaklawn Transit Services. I think we can do better than how we currently do it. So this is simply getting some staff direction regarding the usage of some dollars that are in this budget. The motion says within the community development community programs budget, I move that we direct staff to do a competitive request for proposal process, or RFP, for providing transportation services for the Oaklawn area instead of allocating the funding specifically for Wichita Transit. And that's my motion. Thank you.
Okay. Is everybody clear on the motion that was made? Commissioner Meitzner?
Yeah, Commissioner Howell, I thank you for recognizing that. I know when you had first mentioned that, it made me think this transit challenge in Oaklawn has been ongoing for years, even when Jeff and I were at the city and providing that. But if it's all right, I would. I think we could look at. I mean, that number is 30,000-ish or something like that in circle here, but. I'd like to see, maybe it even a separate item. I'd like to see staff look at a fund for, or suggest that we look at a fund as we did before at the city. One time we put in $100,000 for citizens to be able to. For energy efficiency things, leaky toilets and even rain barrels or whatever. I would like to think if we took a bucket of money, like this money, and it allowed it for seniors in the unincorporated area or outside the city of Wichita to be able to use for transportation to senior services, doctor appointments, services, and if that fund for rebate to Uber, Lyft, etc. It maybe it's more of a staff thing, but I like your idea a lot, but I'd like to see if we could even look at expanding that and see what happens in a year, see if it's, I think 1 year at the city wasn't even used. It might be some administrative headaches. We have Michelle, I think, in your office has history with transit. So not trying to convolute your motion as much as maybe I'm just saying as a side, I'll support your motion as is, but I would sure like to maybe incorporate a discussion about, because we've talked about senior transportation problems and challenges, and maybe it's within our new Director of Senior Services, maybe that's something that he could consider as well. So maybe this is just a comment and suggestion. I don't want to impact your motion directly unless you would want to change it for any reason, but I'll second your motion as stated.
It's good. We have a motion and a second. I would agree with keeping them separate. I think Commissioner Howell knows his district and knows Oak Lawn and knows this program well and has a creative solution. I do agree. I'd love, and I think we're all meeting with the new Director of Aging Services here over the coming weeks, and that's a conversation we can ask staff to look into transportation opportunities and what our current fleet and current service providing and current transportation looks like in aging. So I appreciate that, and I think it is worth the discussion. So we'll approach those separately.
Agree.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Chairman, just to clarify, what I envision is something more along the lines of a voucher type of program. I think that the cost per trip per person can certainly be reduced and probably provide more trips to more people. This is really not directed towards seniors specifically. It's directed towards the community. This is a very city-like area. If you think about Oak Lawn, it's very city-like. In fact, these are very needy people. A lot of low-income folks live there, and a lot of those folks don't have vehicles. And currently, I don't know, I have not checked on this lately, but there's only a couple of buses per day that go through that community Monday through Friday. And therefore, the ridership is quite low. They can't get to where they need to go. And if you wanted to get from the bus stop in Oak Lawn to anywhere in the city where buses provide services, the transfer process is lengthy. And the amount of time it takes to get to where you're going may be a couple of hours. And then you got to go back the other way. And you might get to work, but you can't get home, and on it goes. The service right now is just not adequate for what we need in the Oak Lawn community. So I think a voucher system of some sort, if you will, tailors this more to the specific need they have to get people to work especially. And so my goal is to simply challenge our staff to develop, if you will, what I envision right now is a voucher-like program that would be more directed to people who need it. And by the way, we do have senior services that does provide transportation options for people, not just in Oak Lawn, but really across the entire county.
That's good.
So I want to recognize that as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, and a dad comment, we do of that aging services transportation, is about $2 million that we provide in aging services just for transportation. So, but trying to find creative ways, just like you're doing here with this motion, I think is useful. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay. Any other motions that we could entertain?
I have essentially one more. I have a number prepared here. I'm not going to offer today. You guys can celebrate if you want. When's he going to be done? Well, just another moment here. I'll be done. This is regarding the funding for the Northwest Expressway. I know there's a study that's ongoing. We're supposed to receive some feedback, I guess, from the state of Kansas sometime in the spring of 2026 regarding the viability of the project. I would say until we know for sure, I know in the budget, there's $1 million of sales tax revenue that's earmarked towards the Northwest Expressway. There is a competing project in my district, actually it covers District 2 and District 5, called ARC 95 project. It's a bridge and a set of entrance and exit ramps off of K-15 that takes traffic essentially from Woodlawn or Rock Road over to Broadway or maybe even Meridian. So there's a number of there's infrastructure that is trying to be put in place. It provides a place to pass the trains, get over the trains, and get over the river. And right now, coming from Oklahoma all the way into downtown Wichita, you can't pass those trains on an overpass till you get to Kellogg. And the train traffic is continuing to increase. The trains are getting longer, and the inconvenience to have to deal with trains has grown to the point it's just beyond frustration. So the ARC 95 is the solution to that problem. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion. My motion is this: within the CIP or capital improvement programs, I move that we reallocate $200,000 sales tax funds from Project R328 Northwest Expressway to the ARC 95 project, and that we require an affirmative vote of this commission to expend any funds out of the Northwest Expressway project until after we have an agreement with Kansas Department of Transportation related to the project. And that last part, what that means is if the project comes in the study for Northwest Expressway comes in as not viable, we're not going to have an agreement with them moving forward. The current agreement we have with them is about to expire. It needs to be renewed. But clearly, the ability for us to renew that will be contingent on the outcome of this study. So what I'm saying is we will earmark this budget, again, $800,000 will be earmarked for the Northwest Expressway, but we will not allow that money to be transmitted to KDOT until that agreement has been renewed and in place, consequently after the study results come back. So, Mr. Chairman, my motion is to move $200,000 from CIP to ARC 95.
Okay, Commissioner, appreciate the motion. Commissioner Wise.
Just a couple of comments that I'd like to make. One thing that you had said, Commissioner Howell, is a competing project, and what I want to clarify just for the public to hear is that these projects aren't competing. One doesn't happen instead of the other. What I want to make sure that we remain focused on here is that we have, whether we like it or not, or believe that this project is coming sooner or later, that our taxpayers are invested in the Northwest Expressway already. And we just approved last year for a study to be done, for money to be put aside for a study to be done, to further analyze to make sure that does this project need to happen, and if it does, when, whether that's 5 years from now or 50. I think that we need to steward this money well and make sure that the study gets done. KDOT knows that we're interested in it, and that we're still invested until we see the study that tells us to do something otherwise. So I just wanted to make that comment because I think it's just really important for people to understand we're not picking one project over the other. I think that the ARC 95 is very much a good project that I want to see supported and go through with that. I just think timing is so difficult right now because we're working closely with KDOT to get this contract renewed, to keep their investment and their eyes on this project. We have a coalition that has really started kicking up dust and getting their wheels moving on this Northwest Expressway, and it includes all of the cities surrounding Wichita and Wichita that are supportive of this. St. Teresa Hospital built out there 20 years ago with this Northwest Expressway promised to them. The Northwest YMCA, the same. So these are just comments. I want to open it up to my colleagues up here as well, but I want all of that to be taken into consideration in the timing of making adjustments to our investment here.
Okay. Lynn?
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, for the record, Lynn Packard, your Director of Public Works and County Engineer. Thank you for the comments, Commissioner Wise. Yes, Public Works as well supports both projects. They're both viable, good projects. The timing of a reduction in consideration of reduction in funds is unfortunate right now. We're at a point where our current 5-year contract expires this year. We have a study, feasibility study, if you will, that is ongoing right now. We won't have the results of that until next summer. So I am attempting to work with KDOT to work on a new 5-year agreement and or an extension of the existing agreements. We budget $1 million, of which we spend $990,000 of our own money and are reimbursed, $10,000 from the city of Goddard and the city of Mays. In this particular year, we, with funding from the city of Wichita as well, we're reducing that. We're hoping as we move forward, we will have city partners who will also be able to increase their funding as we move down, get closer to the construction pipeline. And to your point, Commissioner Wise, these two projects are on two different courses right now, whereas ARC 95 we're really hoping to get into the planning pipeline at this juncture. We're already in the planning pipeline with Northwest Expressway, and we're really at a point where we need to get into the construction pipeline for the first phase of that project. So really on two different tracks. Both of them are benefits for different parts of the county, but yes, the timing is unfortunate right now.
Lynn, I would add a couple comments. I appreciate your perspective here, and I'll have a question here, but I want, in our neck of the woods, Northwest Expressway has been talked about since we were kids. Well, I was a teenager, she was a young kid. This is something that this community has heard about for a lot of years. It'd be one thing if this was just chatter. That's not what's taken place. The taxpayer has put significant dollars, upwards $20 million plus, into this project. 40% of the protective overlay has been purchased. And here we have almost 40% has been protected. So we have this gash starting in District 4, going through District 3, all the way down to Kellogg, through Goddard, in between Wichita and Goddard, this gash of undeveloped land because people are sitting there waiting to figure out what's happening here. My point has been clear from jump since I got on this commission. We have to steward these dollars that have been invested at this point wisely. And we need to understand, is this a viable project or not a viable project? But I would have a hard time having KDOT tell us this is not a viable project, or anyone else telling us it's not a viable project when taxpayers have put $20 million into it. So that's not an acceptable answer, frankly. We got to find a way to get this done. Mays, Wichita, Goddard, Congressman Estes' office are incredibly involved here. KDOT, Secretary Reed came down and visited with us directly and said that he wants to find a way to get this viability, this study finalized so we can have a trajectory of where we're going and when we're doing it. So my question to you, though, is last year I've supported, because ARC 95 is also an incredibly important project, and they don't have to be, they're not competing. Do you have concerns because last year I supported this, taking $200,000 off of the Northwest Expressway project, the right-of-way purchase, and allocating it to ARC 95. I was willing to support that again today as well because ARC 95 is important. Do you have concerns with that approach?
My concern is the timing. Really comes down to the timing. We're at our cut last year was noticed in Topeka. It raised some eyebrows, asked some questions. There is a general consensus that our interest in Northwest Expressway isn't the same as it was, as strong as it was in the past. It's not a surprise to anybody, especially up in Topeka. Dollars is what represents your interest. So when we reduce that, it gives a perception of we have other priorities that we have funding for. And I realize that was not the intent of our reduction last year, but that is how it was received. And so that's why we're continuing to work with KDOT. We have the major investment study that's being redone. I really am hoping as a result of the MIS that we're going to be able to get, we also have a design that was done, 25 years ago, 25 years ago. Construction standards have changed, design standards have changed. Yeah, I'm really hoping that a part of this is also going to give us a new idea of what that funding, that total cost will be, how we can phase this in manageable chunks, and really getting our partners together for what it's going to take. Is this the time to put it in high gear, or is it time to let it sit for a little?
So, Lynn, how do we as a commission? I understand. I appreciate your perspective there, and I appreciate the context of how it's being perceived at the state. How do we also support ARC 95, and how do we symbol and signal support for ARC 95 if the best way to do that isn't out of these funds this budget year? How do we do that?
Well, one thing we need to do is have that discussion with KDOT about funding and funding levels going forward when we talk about a new 5-year contract. Like I said, we have more interest. There is a bit of a groundswell going on for support for Northwest Expressway. Hopefully that translates into also economic interest in supporting those funds, which helps take that pressure off the county directly. Still leaves it at the local level, but we can get the equivalents there without that pressure being entirely on the county. Additionally, I will note that we have put the major component of the dollars into ARC 95. We also have city partners down there that are contributing each year, but we have well over $400,000 into that project, which outpaces all our city partners combined over 5 years. So I do want to find, and I think what we can do is find I like what Commissioner Howe is projecting to kind of support both projects and finding a way to continue down the long stretch doing that. I totally support that. Just that I would like to get over this hump with Northwest Expressway and get our funding in line with KDOT first.
Okay. Commissioner Bluebohm.
Thank you, Chairman. Some of the discussions we've had, amongst ourselves as commissioners is, for one thing, the safety concerns. Whether it's the southwest part of the county, the northwest part of the county, you're not hearing of the type of accidents in the east side of the county as what you are in the west side of the county, because we're growing out there. We've got the sprawl, but we don't have the infrastructure. You look at K96 35, 40 years ago, that was put into place. I know that through real estate transactions, I've been dealing with right-of-way stuff on the Northwest Expressway for at least 25 years. So what's 2050 look like for Sedgwick County? 2050 has got to have something that connects. I do believe that at some point there's going to be a connectivity with this with the Northwest Expressway, with the ARC 95, something to start getting these semis down to the interstate or one way or another. We've got to work together on more of a vision to modernize the infrastructure of the western part of the county so that we can just keep up with the growth that's going on there. I don't know what exactly that looks like today, but I do believe that this commission collectively, we've got to have a 25-year vision for this stuff.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Bluebohm. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, do you know what Derby, Mulvaney, and Hayesville are putting towards ARC 95 per year?
Derby is putting in, I believe, $20,000 a year.
Okay.
And Mulvane and Goddard are each putting in, I believe, $5,000 or $10,000 a year.
And if we don't do this, what are we putting in?
I'm sorry?
If we don't do this, what are we putting in?
We have the $200,000 we've done now. We're not contributing annually. However, we have worked for both grant dollars as well as earmark funds from the federal government, and we are on track to work with the earmark funding of $3 million that we're hoping to be granted in 2026.
And it's great that we're going for these grants. That's great. If I heard you correctly, Goddard and Mays are putting in $5,000 each.
Goddard, yes,
10,000 between the two. So the two cities.
And the city of Wichita also has put in this $5,000 for this year.
Is this the first time, though?
Since 2011, that's correct.
I mean, it's the first time this year since 2011?
Yes.
Okay. So Wichita's put in 5,000, and Goddard and Mays are each putting in 5,000. So between the three cities, $15,000.
Correct.
Okay. How much is the Northwest Expressway? The bypass is a dirty word, apparently. How much is the expressway project going to cost? What's our latest data for the cost for the expressway to go from end to end?
The last project estimate we got was in 2019, and it was at $591 million. The study or work after the study will hopefully get us an update on that.
That's a number I've not heard before that I remember. I thought it was closer to $1 billion.
That number's been thrown around a lot the last couple of years. Because we know it's gone up. We know it's more than $591 million now. I'm not going to hazard a guess of what that is. I'm just going to report the last number that was officially given to us by KDOT.
We used to give money to this project before the state was matching us. We started out putting some money towards this, I think before the state started doing some matching funds. And so I think it's been 4 or 5, maybe even 6 years that the state's put in some money, matched dollar for dollar that the county's put in. But
I will say my understanding is the state has always put in some type of funding. It hasn't been one-to-one funding until the last, this will be the last 5 years, they'll put one-to-one. It was 2-to-1 before that, and on a 5-year agreement. And the 5-year agreement before that, it wasn't based on a how much the locals will put in. Everyone just had an agreed amount that was around $330,000.
So when you say 2-to-1, you mean we put in 2, they put in 1?
I believe that was the case.
So again, having a 1-to-1 is a fairly recent thing. So we've put in about $20 million. State and county together have put in about $20 million so far.
I don't have the exact number, but
and I believe the county's put in about $14 million so far. And again, this is about a $1 billion project. Now, back when we started doing this, since then, we've also improved. I think K96 has been improved somewhat. North Junction, major improvements at North Junction.
235.
And major improvements at Kellogg and 235, which, by the way, the county, that wasn't a city project. That was a county project.
Correct.
We put in 10%. It was more than $11 million we put into that project at Kellogg and 235, which is totally different than it was when before. That was considered the state's most dangerous intersection at the time, and we fixed that. The county did that, right?
Correct.
So we've had a number of improvements for the 235 corridor going around the city, and again, we put in $20 million on. I would say we need some new numbers, I guess, but I've always thought of this as being a $1 billion project. So we put in roughly 2% of the money needed for that project has been put in so far, 2%. And I just think that, again, that we have a study that's coming back to us fairly soon, negotiated, then we have a discussion, and we let go of the money at that time, but not until we have all those things in place. I would just say this, that I don't want people to think we're wasting money, but things have changed drastically since this thing started. And I think what I'd say is we had a good idea. We've invested a lot into this direction. We need validation that this is still the right direction for us to go. And if it is a valid program, if it is a viable project, again, unless the state and federal government steps up significantly, they will require some local match money, but if they step up significantly, like 90% of this project, it's not going to happen. And I just say this, the importance of this has changed somewhat because of the other improvements that have been made. So I'm not saying it's not viable. I'm not saying I don't think anybody knows that right now. I do know that the state looked at this as a toll road and said it doesn't work as a toll road. So that was a decision, I think, that Julie Lorenz, the State Secretary of Transportation, during her leadership, they determined that wasn't going to be a solution to this problem.
That's correct.
So in looking into this whole thing here, it's not that this is not important, but again, if we're going to put $800,000 into this and the 3 cities put in $15,000 into this, put in just under $1 million and they put in $15,000, we are literally at the rate of the rate that's happening. This is beyond all of our lifetimes before this will have funding to do this. So the state has to step up. Yeah. They have to make a decision. This is important.
If I may, Commissioner, I would like to point out one clarification. So the money that we are putting into the project right now is specifically for right-of-way. It's not for construction. So for construction, we're looking at about for right-of-way, excuse me, we are looking at about a $50 million total in those areas. So everyone keeps talking about the money being put into that with the overall total cost of the project, and really what we're at, that's a different phase of this project that we're not there yet. We're hoping to get there, and obviously that's going to take federal money to help us get to that point. Locally, right now we're looking at the right-of-way, and I will note a little bit different situation with ARC 95, but typically when we work with the state on projects, they do not participate in right-of-way. That is on the locals to get 100%. They participate on the construction side. This is a little bit different because we're not looking at using existing roads. We're actually going to bring elevated expressway through that area, and in that regards, and because we're connecting both US 54 to K96 state infrastructures, they are participating in the right-of-way, and quite fairly in my regard of the last 5 years with the recent.
Well, there was an effort to ask for the same matched relationship with the state of Kansas on ARC 95. Where are we with that idea?
We have not got to that point. We're not even into the design. We're not into the design pipeline at this point with ARC 95.
Well, again, I think we should continue to lean forward on that. If they're going to do it on that project, and Commissioner Wise said we're not competing. In a way, I see her point, but I also say there's a limited number of dollars here, and they can go to that project or they can go to that project. And so, to the extent that we have a limited number of dollars, they are competing for the same dollars. And again, I think for us to not put any money from the county towards ARC 95, which I believe is a more affordable project, is further ahead down the project pipeline, if you will, and I think it's just as important. I could argue that it will also save lives. I believe District 5 has a lot of lives being lost right now on our roads.
Your long-term goal of what you're doing, and I love the idea we're taking the same amount of funding dollars in the future and putting them into two different projects to support both of them, because Public Works does support both of those projects. Right. And I love that idea. I would like to have some time to work on this next agreement to be able to get there so that we are not extending any more money for both the projects combined, but we're also going to be able to get more dollars from our partners and potentially from the state.
I'll just wrap this up and say for the dollars that comes from District 5, I think that they value ARC 95 a lot. And again, no offense to anybody else, but I'd like to see something a little closer to home that benefits the folks in District 5. And so, to me, this is a reasonable motion. I would ask for support. And, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's been a second or not, but I'm ready to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Meister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lynn, the 5-year agreement between the county and the match with the state, when does that expire?
That expires this year, 2025.
At the December of 25?
Yes. We made our last payment for the 2025 this year in March. So we're in that in-between time of coming up with a new agreement between the previous agreement and a new agreement with KDOT. So I have asked, because of the study, I've asked to do a 1 year, and then not being ready until next summer, I've asked for a 1 year extension, which they're looking into now.
Okay, so when KDOT knows that they're in charge of the study, actually. So,
yes.
So that's not until the middle of next year. So is there any? So you're wanting to extend? You want to do this? Extend the 5-year agreement 1 year, and your intent or your request is based on timing. You still want it to show $1 million from us?
I would like to show that commitment. Yes.
Okay.
And of course,
KDOT
may come back and want to extend that 1 year extension with, a lower match, and we can definitely discuss that with them.
Okay, well, that's what I was kind of wondering, if we can just put this $1 million decision in escrow, waiting until the decision comes out from the study, and that way we're not maybe not obligating any money to anything while we wait. Can we pause or that sends a bad signal to KDOT?
It does. My concern is, like I said, our original cut of $200,000 did raise some eyebrows. The other concern I have is we have little control over when that MIS results will come in.
Right.
They're projecting next summer. If all of a sudden they just have a 1 or 2 month delay in getting that, we will actually exceed August of next year on getting those results, and we're into a whole nother year's budget approval. So it's just so close. That's why I asked for the 1 year extension.
So if we do a 1 year extension, then we still go ahead and we write a check for $1 million, and then they match if it stays the same. And then that goes into their escrow account, which they haven't spent all that money yet on acquisition.
They do have, so not a lot, but they do have some excess fund. And they are, I would say, as based on our last communication, they were acquired right away as late as the middle of 2024.
Right. I'm not convinced that they think that's a bad signal if we just say, hey, let's wait until we see what the study is. In a way, it's almost more responsible that we wait instead of write a check that goes into an escrow that we don't even know that they're buying property at this point. So I would, and to not confuse, I don't want to, based on the feelings of everybody on the Northwest Expressway, I don't want to necessarily, I was supportive last year of, I do think the ARC 95 is probably a little more within our reach. We've got support from Washington pretty good with Senator Moran's office, so I do like that, but I do think they're kind of too separate in a way. I don't like to confuse KDOT that, so I kind of lean towards just not doing anything until we and you can work on the agreement, but I guess you'll have to bring that agreement to us between now and the end of the year anyway, so we can discuss and debate that at that time, our comfort zone. Anyway, sorry,
as a result of that agreement, and I'll defer to Justin on this, but potentially as a result of that agreement, if there is an understanding of a lower commitment on both sides, we could then look at a CIP amendment that would allow for some of the funding that was earmarked for Northwest Expressway to then be reallocated toward ARC 95.
Can the amendment have language in it that pauses it pauses us from actually funding that obligation until the results of the study?
I don't see any reason it could. Sorry, Justin Wagner, County Councilor, Commissioner Meissner. I don't see any reason why you couldn't set that kind of restriction on essentially on the county and on staff. I was looking to Lindsay to see if there was any concern she had, but I think.
And what impact does this have on the budget right now? Is this more the CIP side of the house?
So yes, all of this right now is happening within your local sales tax CIP fund. So this will not have any impact on your operating budget. This is simply allocating funds between your CIP projects that you're authorizing.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Howe.
Thank you. I appreciate the previous comments. I would just say this: there's no reason to delay the $200,000 for ARC 95. We're not waiting for the study to decide whether or not we want to value that project and put money towards it, as I think we should. There's no reason to delay. I think the $800,000 remaining is completely contingent upon that study coming back and us reaching a new agreement with KDOT. So again, the motion, I'm not sure we had a second yet, but the motion is about earmarking $200,000 to ARC 95 and putting a pause on the $800,000 to get data to make sure that it's not being wasted. Yeah. But it's a good motion because I don't know what if you don't want to do $200,000 for ARC 95, then vote no. And I would still suggest there should be a motion to, and I have another motion if I have to get there, but it would certainly put the pause on the $1 million. But I really think that $200,000 for ARC 95 is really what I'm asking for right now.
Commissioner, thank you. And I do want to thank you for the support for both these projects. That is really important for Public Works. I do want to let you know that on a previous question, you asked about the funding that was coming from Mulvane, Derby, and Hayesville, and I do have confirmation that that funding is $20,000 per year since 2020 from City of Derby, and $5,000 each from Mulvane and Hayesville, each of the last 5 years, 2020 and 2025.
So they together have put in about $150,000, and we put in $200,000 so far.
We have with the $200,000 we put in for this year, we put in a little over $400,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Lynn, that's very helpful. Thank you. I think it is a timing situation. I do agree with Commissioner Blueball. I agree with Commissioner Howell. I agree with everybody up here on the importance of both projects. Things have changed over the years. What has changed is that the need's greater. Is that the traffic coming from northwest Sedgwick County to southwest Sedgwick County is greater. The economic impact could be greater. We have Greater Wichita Partnership that is now weighing in on these types of topics and discussions. Congressman Estes' office is very much engaged in this conversation. So the need is greater, and we will continue to push now with a new coalition that's established to try to push some of these discussions. So there is a motion. I appreciate this has no budget impact. This is on sales tax funding. I understand that, but I understand what Commissioner Howell is working on. There is a motion. Is there a second? Okay, motion fails for a second. We'll keep moving.
All right, I guess I have one more then, and this is simply putting a pause on the $1 million. Actually, let me change my direction just a little bit. You all hang on to your hat. Here we go. A different idea entirely. We've had a lot of discussion in the last several years on intersection safety, and I would like to advocate for $200,000 from this project to go to intersection safety improvement program. And specifically, there's a number of things I would say are on that list. The roundabouts and traffic signals are not that. I don't want to add stop signs. I do want to increase the size of stop signs. I do want to add the reflective tape on the posts. I want to add beacons. I put potentially yellow and red where needed. Stop ahead signs, intersection ahead signs, cross traffic does not stop signs, and rumble strips. And I believe the total cost per intersection is somewhere around $25,000 to $30,000. So this is a idea to earmark $200,000 of this fund to intersection protection, intersection safety enhancement investments, if you will, on those intersections in District 5. So let me read my motion here. It says, within the CIP, I move that we reallocate $200,000 from our project R328, Northwest Expressway, to a new project of intersection safety in District 5, and we require an affirmative vote of the Commission to expend any funds out of the Northwest Expressway project after we have an agreement with KDOT related to the project. That's my motion.
There's a motion. Comments? Commissioner Wise.
Question for Lynn. I think this is a good idea to address intersections that maybe we're not ready, we don't have the infrastructure for yet, but we want to continue to move towards safer streets. Do you think this sends the same signal to KDOT that we're not fully invested if we do this? I think it actually could be good messaging that we're having to do something and reallocate money because we're not moving on these projects yet. Obviously, some dollar signs are the issues there, but I'm just curious what your thoughts are, and maybe Chairman Beatty as well, since you've met with KDOT more often than I. What kind of position do you guys think that puts us in? And
based on my conversations, I'm just concerned about the signal it says in general. But I would like some clarification. My understanding, the motion was to spend $200,000 on intersection improvements in District 5.
Correct.
Okay, so My concern with that is we may have improvements in other districts that are in need of that CIP money for projects, and we've allocated $200,000 specifically just for spending in District 5. And we'd like to be able to attack those projects as we have done currently, and really look at the projects that meet the warrants, meet our federal guidelines, our local guidelines for making improvements on a county-wide basis versus a district-wide basis.
May I continue, please? So I've been advocating for some changes throughout the district for most every year I've been here. And when you wait for warrants to catch up with the political pressure, the community pressure to do something about these intersections, my opinion is the warrants are woefully late. I can only think of one warrant in my district that drove a project. Actually, it surprised me. I actually asked for some of these very same improvements to happen at 55th Street South and Rock Road. And when they did the study, came back and said, guess what? Traffic signals needed. I was surprised by that. By the way, some of these enhancements still haven't been done there. But we added a traffic signal. That's what the warrants indicated was needed. And I would just say this, that you approach this from an engineering perspective, and I absolutely appreciate that. I respect the field of engineering totally. But there are things we can do that I think are in the heart and mind of an average person in this community. If I said we install larger stop signs and put reflective tape on the posts, we added rumble strips, we put stop ahead signs, we did flashing beacons. Do you think that's going to make people less safe or more safe? I think the overall opinion is more safe. And we don't do this because we don't have the warrant or the mandate from the book to do these things. But everybody agrees when we have a death, we respond with the very same things. So again, I said the other day, we're reactive rather than proactive. I don't think this is a type of intersection, by the way, to be specific, where you have two paved roads that intersect each other, where the speed on the roads is 55 miles an hour or above, and one direction is supposed to stop. That's the configuration that drives these types of fatality accidents. And I think this is an investment in human safety, human life. And I stand back and I shake my hand and say, as a commissioner, I cannot get this fixed. Politically, I have no support from my colleagues, I have no support from Public Works, and yet I want to do something to make change, and I can't get it done. So I'm taking $200,000, arguably from the people of District 5, allowing them to have some investment back on their intersections, because there's no other way to get this done that I can think of. There's not sales tax dollars sitting around not being used. I asked you yesterday, is there someplace I could get some sales tax dollars to do this type of a program? And the answer was no, there's not. I can find other things to cut, but they all have problems. The reason I can't cut them. So this is taking money that comes from District 5 and using it in District 5 for something we want. And I just think, again, if you want to take the money from District 5 and invest in Northwest Expressway on a project that arguably may never happen, we don't know. It may or may not. We don't know. Once you buy right of way with it, it's hard to turn that back into cash. And I just, at the end of the day, this is a reasonable program that moves this idea forward. And I can tell you that to the other districts that have problems, I'm sorry, but it's about priorities. We have to pick which thing we want to support. We have limited dollars. What do you want to support? I think this is important for my district. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Commissioner Howe. I appreciate the heart in which you're doing this. When you're asked about not getting political support for these things, when you only make a motion for District 5, when we had a death in her district just last week, that's why there's no political support. We are going to continue to handle this in an appropriate, responsible way. We're going to be adults in the room on this. And we're going to have conversations in this community about how we improve the security of intersections. We are elevating these conversations. She's got them, I've got them, he's got them, and he's got them. You have them as well. If you want to do this politically in a way to where we can accomplish some things, we are all at the table ready to roll. We are ready to roll. But when you make a motion for just District 5, you are likely not going to get a second.
I have a motion for $1 million to do the same thing for all 5 districts, but I haven't read that one.
And we have our county engineer saying that is going to jeopardize our impact with KDOT on a project. I'm happy to have a separate conversation about how we do these things. This has zero budget impact. We're passing a budget today. This has zero budget impact because these dollars are from the sales tax funds it's generated. It has zero budget impact. We are We are having conversations about something that has zero budget impact as we try to pass a budget. We can staff this, we can workshop this, we can have other BOCC meetings on this, but when you make a motion for just District 5, I promise you the 105,000 people that I represent don't appreciate the motion.
Mr. Chairman, there's no second, and I won't even read that motion because I hear you loud and clear. I would just say this, that $1 million for intersection safety is going to be realized by the people this year. $1 million in Northwest Expressway, if we get them to agree to it and if we can know it's a viable project, it may be a generation away. Not saying it's not important, but we need something help. We need help right now. And this, the value to us is $1 million from KDOT will go towards right of way. If we do $1 million out of this budget, we get $1 million from KDOT on a $1 billion project. So again, I would just say $1 million invested in intersection safety right now is what people want. And again, my colleagues don't want to support my heart on this. That's fine. I can lose on these issues. That's fine. But I'm going to advocate as hard as I can to do things that I think are absolutely my priority. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we might have to disagree to disagree.
We appreciate that, but this is a red herring to say that your other commissioners do not care about intersection safety. That is not appropriate. It's not accurate. It's a red herring that's distraction from the conversations that we are having. She got a message board put out just yesterday. We're having big conversations about things like four-way stops, lit signs, rumble sticks. These conversations are happening. It's a red herring to say that if we don't support this motion for District 5, we don't support intersection safety.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to clarify. I don't
think there's a second on your motion.
I know you guys care deeply. I'm not trying to insinuate in any way that you don't care. I know you do. And let me be very clear. I know you care deeply. I try to keep track of these fatality accidents, and I believe I've had, I should go get the data specifically, but I believe I've had more than 20% of the fatalities have been in my district. But having said that, we all have the same problem.
Yes.
The question is, what do we only have so many dollars. Where do you want to put those dollars? I think personally, I think that the KDOT discussion should continue when we have a viable project. I just think that we should find a way to address this sooner than later. And again, I've been advocating for most of a decade for these very same things in my district. And bear in mind, just a few years ago, I talked about this, and Commissioner for District 3 misinterpreted my comments, and he turned it into something very political and very ugly. And they killed it. Okay? I've been trying year after year after year after year trying to get something like this done. And I can't get the ball to move. And so for me personally, I think that this is a priority for me. And I know you guys feel the same way about your districts, but let's go find the money then.
Okay. Commissioner, I appreciate that. I'll come side by side with you and we'll figure these things out. I know there's a commission here that cares deeply about these issues. It's not a budget issue, but this is a priority issue for this community, and I appreciate the sincerity in which you're approaching what you want to do for your district. We all feel the same. So there was a motion. There doesn't appear to be a second.
Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap up. Final comment would be just $1 million towards essentially the same you've already heard. I move that we require an affirmative vote of the Commission to expend any funds out of the Northwest Expressway Project R328 after we have an agreement with KDOT related to the project.
Okay. There's a motion. Any second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Okay. Other motions that we can entertain? Commissioner Wise.
Okay, I have a motion. It is not affecting the budget up or down. It's simply reallocating some funds that we have. So I'd like to make a motion that we reallocate $50,000 from within Aging in-Home Services Program to Bentley, Cheney, Mount Hope, Orchard Park, and Goddard Senior Centers to be prorated between the four based on their requested increases relative to the increased funding available. This would increase Bentley to $9,500, Cheney to $9,500, Mount Hope to $27,500, Orchard Park to $72,500, and Goddard to $22,000.
Second. Okay. There's a motion and a second. Senior centers are part of the conversation. We have a new aging director. We're meeting with him to talk about strategy for long-term funding. These are important services that we provide to our community in the aging department. Figuring out how senior centers work in that equation is important. So I appreciate the motion. There is a motion. There is a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh?
Aye.
Commissioner Wise?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Chairman Beatty?
Aye. Okay.
Okay, and then I have a follow-up motion behind that one. This would be a motion to direct staff to complete an analysis of senior center funding and propose alternative funding models during the 2027 budget development process.
Okay, I strongly support that with a second. I have a motion and a second. Any questions?
Yeah, one comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner Howe.
I would advocate, I won't make a substitute motion, but my opinion is the funding formula we have right now that was frozen, I believe in 2017, by this commission needs to be unfrozen. I think that's the better answer. We spent a long time creating that, and I think it's still an appropriate funding formula for senior centers. And by the way, whether you like it or not, we have been using it since then. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Blubow.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
No.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Brady.
Aye. Okay, motion carries 4-1. Anything else that we can discuss on the budget? Okay, any last comments before I make a motion to adopt all the motions that we've entertained? Any final comments? Okay. I move we adopt the resolution for the 2026 Sedgwick County budget that includes an operating budget of $591,264,680 and the 2026 cash-funded capital improvement program of $27,312,461. The total operating budget is partially funded with a property tax levy of $208,049,217, which is approximately equivalent to 27.553 mils, based on the estimated assessed valuation, subject to review and technical adjustments. That's a motion?
I'm looking for a nod that makes...
This is fine. I want to clarify that this will allow you to adopt the budget in 2 steps. This first motion that Chairman Beatty just read off will adopt the cash-funded CIP, and then we will have a second motion that's required to do the debt-funded portion. Okay. So yes, as read, it's a great motion and incorporates what you all have adopted thus far.
Thank you for confirming. I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion. We have a second. Madam Clerk? Oh. Commissioner Howell?
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to clarify, I guess, my explanation of vote today. Like every year, there's nothing perfect about a budget. It's a compromise between different ideas. And I want to show respect to staff by voting for this portion. I may vote against the next one, but we'll see. I do want to say, I made motions that did not carry today. I can understand a loss. We can just disagree on that point. But this budget has drastically improved since, offense to the manager. He did a great job. Y'all did a great job creating a proposed budget, but I think it has been improved. The number of changes, which I know I've been a part of those conversations.
P portion. I move we adopt the resolution authorizing the addition of the bond-funded and externally funded portions of the 2026 capital improvement program, totaling $7,947,370 to the 2026 capital improvement program included in the 2026 Sedgwick County budget. That's a motion.
Second.
Got thumbs up from the CFO. We have a second from Commissioner Meitzner. Questions or comments? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubow.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
No.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Brady.
Aye. Okay. Motion carries 4-1. Okay, we have satisfied item H, and I'd like to turn over a comment to our CFO, Lindsay Poe-Rizzo.
Yes, I just want to take a moment. Our deputy county manager is sitting in the back. He's really mad at me for doing this, but he'll survive. This is his last budget, his 25th budget with the county. So I just want to take a moment to recognize him and thank him for his help and stewardship through this final budget process of his long and distinguished career.
Yes, Tim.
Happy birthday, Tom, on Friday.
Oh, very good. Okay. we have satisfied item H. We have passed the budget. We also have a fire district budget that we're going to be working through as well. I want to move us through to finish the Sedgwick County budget, and I think we can do this, or not the budget, sorry, the rest of the agenda on Sedgwick County, and then we'll move into the fire district. I think we can knock this out relatively quickly. So thank you for all the work there. We'll have some comments here at the end. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item I, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts regular meeting on August 14th, 2025.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director. The report of the Boards and Bids and Contracts of August 14th, regular meeting. We have 5 items for you. Our first item is concrete pipe for Public Works, and this recommendation is to accept the quote from McPherson Concrete Companies in the amount of $106,089. Item number 2, uniforms with related products and services for various departments, and this recommendation to establish a contract with UniFirst Corporation utilizing the Sourcewell contract 011124-UFC, good through March 25th, 2028, with 3 one-year options to renew. Item number 3 is 2026 half-ton single rear axle 4-wheel drive crew cab truck, fleet management, and Lake Afton Park. And this recommendation is to accept the low bid meeting specifications from Whiteside of St. Clairsville Incorporated in the amount of $57,970. Item number 4 is the Cox Commercial Services Agreement, ComCare. This recommendation is to accept the quote from Cox Communications Kansas LLC and or known Cox Kansas Telecom. It's in the amount of $75,600 and covers a period of 36 months. And our final item, item 5, Sedgwick County Department of Aging and Disabilities, the CDDO Intellectual and Development Disability Programs State Aid with the Department of Aging and Disabilities. This recommendation is to accept the proposals from Ability Point Incorporated and Rainbows United Incorporated, doing business as Rainbows United, and award each program at the amounts listed beginning July 1st, retroactive July 1st, 2025, for a period of 1 year with 3 one-year options to renew. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have and recommend approval.
Very good, Joe. Appreciate that. 5 items. Any questions on the bid board? Okay, seeing none, I make a motion to approve the recommendations of the Board of Bid and Contracts for August 14th, 2025. Second. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner. Chairman Brady.
Aye. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, next item.
Consent agenda.
Hey, Tom.
Chairman of Commission Tom Stolz, County Manager's Office, recommending approval of consent items J through U this morning with the exception of O.
Okay, pulling item O. Okay, all right. Any questions? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda items J through U with the exception of item O. Come back to that. Second. Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Brady.
Aye. Tom, item O.
Chairman, item O is a letter that we talked about at a couple of staffs to Congressman Estes' office regarding the removal of the encumbrance of the Northeast Sedgwick County Park. After the agenda was published, Senator Moran's office called and also wanted to join in that letter. So you have in front of you, I think Justin has provided a rewritten letter with address letter to Congressman Estes and Senator Moran's office. It's the body of the report is all the same. It's just a technical change at the top, adding senators.
Okay, Commissioner Meitzner.
Also, we did have a discussion during agenda meeting or staff, I can't remember, about this. And the intent, I guess anybody could watch that meeting, and I'll just summarize that the intent originally was to only request the release of the encumbrance, but we were advised by our friends in Washington that we ought to put a clause in there that if there was ever any kind of liquidation or asset sale of any part or of such, that money would be available to be reinvested in current public amenities, Lake Afton, Sedgwick County Park, development of the ball fields over there, improvements to even interest arena, whatever. We have no plans whatsoever, but to assure that we would reinvest anything into the continuation of amenities that are already being used a lot, and improve those. So there is a clause in there that says that, and that was in the original letter as well that we discussed last week. So again, the only change to the letter is adding Senator Jerry Moran's office to the letter. So thanks for letting me explain.
Appreciate that clarity. That's helpful. Okay, we're just looking at item O. That's what was pulled. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I make a motion to approve item O on the consent agenda.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise. Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. I'm going to pause the county commission meeting now, and we are going to move into and call to order the governing body of Fire District Number 1. We got work to do in our fire district. So that being said, Madam Clerk, this meeting is officially called to order. First item, please.
Roll call. Commissioner Blubaugh.
Present.
Commissioner Wise. Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Chairman Beatty.
Present. Next item, please.
Public agenda.
Okay. Same rules apply as we had earlier with the county commission meeting. You are welcome to speak if you're here for the governing body of Fire District Number 1. You're welcome to speak during public comment now. We will also have 2 other public hearings, one for the revenue neutral rate discussion, and a second public hearing for just the budget, just for the fire district. So if you are here and you'd like to speak, no one had signed up, but if you'd like to speak in public comment for the fire district, you're welcome to do so now. Okay. I don't think Kylie's going to speak at public comment, so we'll... Okay, we'll keep moving. Madam Clerk, next item.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, special fire meeting minutes of July 30th, 2025.
Okay, commissioners, as you can see, everyone was present in items A and B. All commissioners were present for both of these fire meetings. So without objection, I'd like to combine the motions. Okay, no objections. So I'll make a motion to approve the fire meeting minutes of July 30th and the fire meeting minutes of August 6th, 2025.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Hold 1 second.
Can I clarify that I am here? I missed roll call. Okay, thank you.
She's here. Everybody's here?
I'm here.
She's here. Okay. We've combined items A and B into one motion. We have a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
New business, item C, public hearing regarding the 2026 Fire District Number 1 proposed property tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate and adoption of revenue neutral rate resolution.
Okay, we are on item C. We're talking revenue neutral rate. I am opening the public hearing regarding Fire District Number 1's proposal to levy a property tax for its 2026 budget in excess of the revenue neutral rate. Please note that if you wish to provide oral testimony on the Fire District's proposal to levy a tax for its 2026 budget in excess of the revenue neutral rate, this is your opportunity to provide public comment. The first speaker for the public hearing will be County Manager Tom Stoltz.
Good afternoon, Chairman. This afternoon is the first and only required hearing on the recommended budget's proposed property tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate. The revenue neutral rate mill levy is 15.702 mills. The recommended budget would be supported with a property tax levy of $23,650,000 and $889, which is approximately equivalent to 16.750 mills. This is the first of 2 public hearings related to the Fire District 1's recommended budget this afternoon. This hearing should consider whether the county should exceed the revenue neutral rate upon hearing input from interested taxpayers, while the second hearing should consider amendments to the recommended budget after hearing objections to the same. I recommend that you allow interested taxpayers an opportunity to present oral testimony, receive public comment, approve the resolution to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate, close the public hearing, and receive and file public comments.
Very good. Tom, thank you so much. Very well done. I am now beginning the portion of the public hearing that provides interested taxpayers with the opportunity to present oral testimony. Each speaker shall be afforded 5 minutes to provide comments. Would anybody would like to provide comment on the revenue neutral rate hearing for Fire District Number 1? Okay, any individuals willing and would like to provide comment and testimony during this public hearing? Last call. Okay, seeing none, the board has now heard or not heard from interested taxpayers on Fire District Number 1's proposal to levy a property tax for its 2026 budget that will be in excess of the revenue neutral rate. Any questions or comments from the commissioners regarding this matter? Okay, I'll make a motion. So I move that the Board of County Commissioners, sitting as the governing body for Fire District or Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1, adopts the resolution to approve exceeding the revenue neutral rate.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, the resolution has been approved by a vote of 5-0. So with that action being taken, I'll now close the public hearing. And I move to receive and file comments made during the public hearing. Second. Yes.
Lost you.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, that particular portion of our agenda in the Fire District is finalized. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item D, public hearing regarding the 2026 Fire District 1 budget.
Okay. Hey, Tom.
Good afternoon, Commission. This afternoon is the second public hearing on the 2026 recommended budget for Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1. Fire District Number 1's recommended operating budget totals $31,184,850. This budget will be supported with a property tax levy of $23,650,889, which is approximately equivalent to 16.75 mils based on the estimated assessed valuation and subject to technical adjustments. I recommend you allow interested taxpayers the opportunity to present testimony, receive public comment, close the public hearing once it is over, and receive and file comments.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that recap. I'll officially open the public hearing regarding Fire District Number 1's proposed 2026 budget. Please note that if you wish to provide oral testimony in the Fire District's proposed 2026 budget, this is your opportunity to provide public comments. Each speaker shall be afforded 5 minutes to provide comments. Is there anyone here that would like to provide testimony during our public hearing? Chief. I would acknowledge that Chief Williams is here. Deputy Chief Nelson is also here. Not that they're going to provide comment. We've heard a lot from them already. Last call. Would anybody like to provide public comment for Fire District Number 1? Okay, seeing none, the board has now heard or not heard from interested taxpayers regarding Fire District Number 1's proposed 2026 budget. So I'll now officially close the public hearing, and I make a motion to receive and file. Well, there were no comments, so I don't need to make a motion. For the public to know, there were some questions that I would be able to follow a script. I'm trying to follow a script very well. So we don't need to make a motion. We don't need a second. That item is officially finalized. Correct? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item E, adoption of the 2026 Sedgwick County Fire District 1 budget.
Okay, Manager Stoltz.
Chairman and Commission, same exercises before the recommended budget is into you. This is your chance to make any final amendments or motions to correct or change the fire budget.
Okay, very good. All right, to the bench for discussion. Any questions, comments? Commissioner Howe.
Just a comment. I know there was a lot of desire for a training manager for the fire district. And again, I just want to let them know I'm very aware of that, and I think that that's something we can talk about hopefully in the springtime. We can make adjustments if the budget performs like I think it will. Hopefully, I hope it does perform well. That when there's knowledge of that, I think we can circle back and have a discussion about adding that at that time. If not, then I think when we move forward with the training facility, certainly at that point, I think we will cross that bridge at that time, if not before. So I just want to encourage the firefighters and the fire department, if you will, that I'm aware of the need, and I agree with that there is a need. So I want to express that support. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I would agree wholeheartedly. These are conversations that are ongoing. Any questions or comments from the commission, the fire board? I would make a couple comments. Number one, a deep appreciation for the staff, Sedgwick County Fire, and all the staff that works there. There has been significant growth in the fire district, which means there's significant call volume, but the staff and the people that work in our fire department are exceptional, and they do a great job. We've made a lot of adjustments over the last few years, and there are more adjustments that are coming, so I just want to publicly acknowledge all of our employees of Sedgwick County government, but we're in the fire district meeting, and I think it's very pertinent to let them know that as the one commissioner that lives in the fire district, that I'm very, very, very appreciative of the work that they do and the leadership. I am not going to make a motion to change anything about this budget, but I am going to ask staff to begin leading a discussion on mutual aid agreements. It's a formal request. We have some challenges with some mutual aid agreements that publicly I want to acknowledge. We have several cities and that we are providing mutual aid to. And many times these aren't just fire calls, these are medical calls. And firefighters are going to do what firefighters do. When the call comes in, they're going to go, and they don't worry about who's paying for what. But I owe some of our fire district cities in my district, namely Mays and Park City, that are paying for fire services. Our fire department is going and doing mutual aid with no charge to the service, and the taxpayers of the fire district are floating that bill. I'm not saying we need to make an adjustment. I'm not saying we need to change mutual aid agreements. I'm saying I need to understand these better, and I would like to have I'd like to have staff engage the conversation around mutual aid agreements so we have a better understanding of what opportunities do exist with these mutual aid partners. I think this will be in collaboration with the manager's office, the fire board, and obviously our fire chiefs in these cities that we have mutual aid agreements. There's significant call volume going to mutual aid agreements, and we're doing it free of charge. And we're doing it because we're good community partners, and this is what firefighters do. But we need to, there's an equitable tax conversation that has to happen. And I hear from this frequently from some of my constituents, particularly in Mays and Park City, that do pay the fire district taxes. So we need to have a more robust conversation about how these mutual aid agreements are working. So I would like to ask staff to formally convene discussions on what this looks like. Okay? But I have no motions to make any adjustments here. We've worked really hard on the fire budget, and I'm very comfortable with where we're heading. Very comfortable. Okay? All right. I'll make a motion. I move we adopt the resolution for the 2026 Fire District 1 budget that includes an operating budget of $31,184,850. The total operating budget is partially funded with a property tax levy of $23,650,889, which is approximately equivalent to 16.750 mils. That's based on the estimated assessed valuation. It's subject to review and technical adjustments. That's a motion.
Second.
We have a second. We get the thumbs up from the CFO. Fire chief is nodding in agreement. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Blubaugh.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise. Aye. Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, we have passed the fire budget. Madam Clerk, next item.
Other.
Anything under other for the fire district? Okay, seeing none. Next item.
Go back to
It would be executive
session.
And we have no executive session. So we're officially adjourning. See how I led the witness there? So we're officially adjourning the governing body of Fire District Number 1 and calling back into the meeting for Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners. Madam Clerk, next item.
Federal grants discussion.
None for this week, sir.
No federal grants discussion. Next item, please.
Committee reports.
Do we have any committee reports from the commission? Saying none. Next item.
Other.
Okay, commissioners. Anything under other?
Well, I would just want to thank staff. I think we all probably will repeat that, but thank you for this budget process started in February. Very thorough. I know it was the first time. I congratulate Commissioner Wise and Blueboff for participating from the start and very engaged in this. And so I think it was very productive year. And congratulations. As Commissioner Howell says, we don't all like everything that's in it, and that's just part of the budget process. And so congratulations to everybody. Thank you, citizens, for your participation in helping fund about a third of that $600 million budget. So thank you.
That's right. Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say a similar statement. I almost feel bad for staff. I apologize because I asked too many questions, and I'm doing too much research and trying to figure things out. And you guys have been really tremendous. You've been incredibly professional, and you've been responsive, and you've been kind along the way. And it's almost supernatural that you guys are so kind when really I think most people would probably get frustrated and react, but you don't do that. You stay professional and you stay kind, and I just want to say in your timeliness of answering so many questions, both from legal, public works, Lindsay Poe, Rousseau, and Manager Stoltz, the amount of work that you guys put into to satisfy all my questions has just been extraordinary. I think you guys have probably put in more than hundreds of hours on me alone. I apologize. And I apologize. She said, yes, that's true. I apologize. But you guys have been great, and it's been great to work with you, and I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. And although I don't agree with everything we do here, I do appreciate the end product. I think it's something we can all be proud of.
I agree.
And you guys deserve the credit for that. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just make a couple comments. I want to extend thanks, obviously, to Manager's Office, to Lindsay, to Lori, and our budget director. Our budget team, wave, please, wave. There you are. There's our budget team. It's a lot of work. The most important thing we do as Sedgwick County government is pass the budget. This is it. Funds 46 departments, 3,000 employees, public safety, public health, public works, cultural arts. I mean, we do a lot here, and it's big. We operate 16 departments on behalf of the state. What we do here is big, it's diverse, and it's complex. I would just say that I think this budget, I would agree that I'm proud of this budget. It's not everything. There's things in here when we look at it and we shake our head and say, I wish we didn't have to, or I wish we could do this. And the confines and the framework around what we have to do some of these things is complicated. But I'm proud of this budget for a couple reasons. This is my third budget. When I walked into the county and the challenges that we had for those that were here, they were rather significant, particularly with staffing. And what I can say is that when people look to this county commission and what Sedgwick County government has done, we found a balance between staffing stability. We're now over 90% at the county. We have found a capacity to perform services that are much more effective, much more efficient. Everything we measure is trending much better than it was just 3 years ago. We have found that balance with that and the cost to do services. We have reduced 8.6% was available. You recommended 5.5. We're finishing closer to 4.3% of the assessed value growth. I don't know if there's other taxing jurisdictions that are going to have the same resume. I'm not saying that braggadociously, but I think it's true that when you look to the leadership that we've provided and what's provided from the managers and the employees and the department heads, I think you can clearly say that we have done a phenomenal job as an organization of finding balance between the services we provide, and they're exceptional in many regards, and the cost in which we do it. I'm very proud of that. We've worked our tails off. You guys have worked your tails off, our staff, our department heads. We should be proud of this, and this is an example of what this type of leadership can provide to a community. So I'm going to tell that story over and over and over again. So I just want to thank you, everybody in the room, all of our employees, all the staff, and the people that pay these bills, these taxpayers. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So, Madam Clerk, next item.
Executive session.
And by God's good grace, we don't have an executive session today. And we have passed a budget for the fire district. We passed a budget for Sedgwick County government. It is 1:12, and we are officially adjourned.